All right. I think we're good to go. We are live now. What's up, everybody? Painted Black by Rolling Stones, but DMCA. No, we'll be fine. So, how is everybody doing? Welcome to the EX Podcast, the 111 edition. Still gonna always think about the number of episodes we've had, but we've abolished that idea.
This is our 111th episode.
Yep.
Oh. Weird how it just landed on January 11th.
Dude, that would
timing.
be perfect, dude. Let's see here. As you may know, we like to do a tier list whenever a new set comes out. So for this episode, and the next one is going to be kind of a biggin. Going through and reviewing kind of every card together. And the chat gets to help too. So it is going to be an interactive kind of endeavor. So please look forward to the polls. However, we're going to kind of mix it up a little bit. For this time, at least, is give the poll a little earlier so that maybe you can put your opinion in before we do our last deliberations. Trying to streamline the process, hopefully get this finished up before bedtime, dude. So yeah, we're gonna try and tackle two colors today. Try and tackle red and green. So I guess, what do you guys think of red and green as a whole?
Red didn't get much, but they didn't need much. They
Just give them one of
play
these.
as they were playing before.
Oh, we got the raid.
Ooh, hey,
Thank you, Secret.
Green is better than I thought it would be, but it's still very throwing down legendaries and hoping right now. Which
Sounds
is
like
what
red.
red is, but I still think red is better at it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, red's legendaries on average value like 6 costs and higher, and they can stay alive a little bit longer because of that. While green has to rely on a bunch of 5 costs mostly. But they can get up there too. Obviously, one of the newer ones. But yeah, on average they're like 5 costs, which is a little bit easier to target. But they're more playable in dual color as well, so it's kind of a good and bad side for green legendaries that people have realized by now. But I think red is still really strong. If anything, they have more playable hero arts than last time, thanks to the inclusion of like 2 cards. But yeah, other than that, they didn't really get much other than some gimmicks and maybe some extra stuff that, you know, people are trying to make work, but they're finding out that it's just not strong enough. You know, we'll go over those.
I will also say
I like green.
nothing in green has made any of the unplayable hero arts more playable. They're still pretty unplayable.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you think is the best hero art in green right now?
Shield Spire,
Probably Spire, yeah.
Spire or Yawn.
I get Spire, Yawn, then Nico for the top 3, and I don't know if anything else matters after that.
Anything else after that, you're just making your life harder for yourself.
Probably. Like, I mean, Lightning Legs is cute. There's a lot of new pure synergy that we'll get into, but it's not really worth it.
Yeah, I haven't really played a lot with red heroes, just because our early impressions were that those red cards were very underwhelming. So I'm not really doing my job, but I'm wearing a black hat today, so.
Yeah, red's very underwhelming. I feel like green got one card that's like almost as good as Orochi, so you know, I pretty much think that makes the set for green.
I think green has more playable cards than just the one, but
Yeah.
it's
Also,
very
that
specific.
one is getting really just abused in dual color, which is usually green's way to go. get a broken card, but then put it with a good hero art that doesn't exist in green, and then you're off.
I thought we were talking about the other one, but all right. Machines are
Yeah,
pretty good.
second one.
Oh, that one? Oh, I don't think that one is anywhere near as bad as Orochi. Just from, I haven't been playing as much, but literally from watching people play, it is nowhere near as bad as Orochi.
I agree. It just some functions so similarly because they have to throw resources at it to get anything back. I mean, not get anything back, just to like stop it.
I will
So that's
say
gonna
you're
be interesting.
more on average to kill it with around equal resources than you would in Orochi.
Mm. I think that's where
Yep.
like certain protection comes in, though.
Yeah.
There has to be on play protection. You can't do it with actions. But yeah, we're kind of going off track here.
It's all right.
we should cover the basics first. I think
The basics. So that would be.
only 13 basic cards in this Oichi, so it's right after extraction on the list.
Do we want to wait for black for that, or we want to just do the basics first? Period. What do you
I
guys
thought
think?
we usually did basics first just to get them out of the way because they're short and a lot of them there's not much to say about.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Doing it at the end would kind of be like, I don't know, anticlimactic.
Fair enough. Let me pull up basic. Six, and then make sure that this is showing up.
Whoa. Your bunker is animated on the stream.
This
Oh, that's right, dude. Iowa was calling all the grumpuses bungers. He's like, they're all bungers to me, dude. Like, wow, dude. My bunger.
Iowa Bugsnax bigot.
I don't know what to call them.
I know, it's just funny because it's a Pokemon. It's like, it's a Pikachu. They're all Pikachus to me, dude. The Pokemans, I don't know. Bad kid poured curd pulled cold. Oh god, I can't. Hey, you'd put the same thing multiple times. Bad kid poured curd pulled cold. Hard mode, it really is. You have me repeat it. Holy hell. What's up, my buggers, dude? Well, thank you. I felt smart figuring out that you could put the two little grumpus things together in a GIF, and it makes a nice little animation. I am an animator now. Just kidding, no. Let's see.
I have 2 frames on my. I can show you.
2 frames. How many frames a second do you go? 1.5.
1.
All right, let's see here. After curse extraction. Oh yeah, it's nice and neat. Thank you. And you set this up, right, Chris? This is you.
Yeah, I did it earlier today, just saving all the pictures from the website. If you scroll down a little bit to the bottom, it has the link to the card page on TEPPEN the game. And I always knew there was like expansion pages for each set showing the cards, but today I learned that there's actually a basic page as well. I always wondered where the basics were hiding. Yeah.
Thank you very much for putting this together.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I got all of them. Should be 113 cards total.
That's a lot of cards. Damn.
Yeah, 25 per color and then 13 basics.
So then we start with the units or the actions?
It's up to you guys, I guess.
Units. 4 cost. The red ogre. Yeah, I guess we should tackle this first, and then we can cover other topics if we finish early, which with these kind of things doesn't always happen, but Can always hope. So we're doing basic, red, and green. So put that at the top. So looking at our first basic here, red ogre. 4 costs for 3/4. Attack damage +2. Has anyone seen this card before? Because it's kind of looking only like story mode for me.
I see
Yeah.
this all the time on ladder. For whatever reason, people want to play spirits with despair, and it doesn't really make sense to me. I could go on for days of how much I hate this card.
Really?
Yeah, but I'll wait. I'll wait because
Card-
I'm just going to rant.
You know, this card's, I mean, it's basic by design. Like 4 cost 3/4 is not amazing, but on attack it'll do what, 5/4. And I mean, when paired together with other spirits, it can get stronger, it can get better numbers. But at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself what you're really investing that 4 MP into. And if it's being played in an empty lane to guarantee the better attack damage, then it's not really guaranteed that it'll ever get that hit in. And at 4 health, it's probably not living for long. It's a pretty easy target in a proper board state. I guess if you were distracting them with like a drummer or something, they might ignore this for an attack, but it's not that big of an attack difference, I think, where it's worth playing.
Yeah, it's definitely good in the way that if you put it down first, the first thing that comes out is that 5 damage.
Yeah, my problems with this card is that it's very high cost, but it trades the same as a 3 MP unit that gives you back 1 MP. So, you know, those units that are MP efficient are just trading evenly with this card, so I just don't see the point in playing it.
Also, this kind of works against one of Black's strengths with it, which is their neutral is still one of the best. They don't ever have to put anything down. And for someone with plus attack damage, that's something you want to put down first. You never want to like last second block with this guy. So he just works against Black's strengths really well. I know we'll get to the counter damage one. I'm not a fan of that one too, but I think the counter damage works better to Black strengths than this guy. Red Ogre just is not very good.
Ooh, chat is saying cute. I'm kind of tempted to say, all right. Got the scale there on the side. I don't think it's a gimmick, but its HP is kind of low.
I think the problem is you have to actually engage with it. You can't just leave it alone. It'll probably die very quickly if that happens. So if you're buffing it with other spirits, then it has a little bit of a chance to do work. If you're buffing it with black actions, which we all know can get pretty crazy, you know, its potential rises. But the problem is you have to put support into it in order for it to actually do something, which kind of drops a little bit in my book. So I was going to say all right, but I feel like if you really want to make it work, it becomes like a bit of a gimmick. It's probably between gimmick and cute for me.
I would say cute, but just because it's a basic, I'll give it the +1 to a gimmick.
Like, it's not supposed to be amazing, but I feel like it could do work if you really wanted to push it.
So it's kind of sounding like gimmick. Cat said
For-
cute.
For black gimmick, I mean, for black standards, if that unit is not giving me 1 MP back on death, it is a gimmick.
They're not all gonna give +1 MP, Iowa, unfortunately.
All right, well done.
Very fortunately.
They don't
it's just
deserve
the
my
way it goes.
attention.
Yeah. I mean, you could give it an action that, you know, put a buff that has it doing something on death.
Look at this art
Yeah, that's
though. I
just
didn't even
the
realize
best
it's some kind of centaur thing.
It's an ogre.
It's an ogre with 4 legs and 2 arms. Holy crap. Some kind of a red ogre.
Ango says give him Spire. Draco says give him Wrath Awoken. Yeah, those all sound like gimmicks to me.
Yeah, that's very. There's better things you can give Spire and Wrath Awoken to.
or Metsu.
There's infinitely better ways to get +2 attack on something.
God, yeah, if you put Metsu on this, would it just be 5/5?
Yep.
Oh god, that's pretty nasty.
Gimmick.
Gimmick. So we put it in gimmick. Kind of met the chat halfway because I said all right because I can see some potential, but I'd rather use other cards. The next one, pull this down here. That way I can look at all this. This one, I gotta find the face. Blue Ogre. Oh, this is the counter damage. This is the antithesis. The other end to it all.
Was better.
I like this one better.
Slight margin.
And why is it better than the attack damage?
Same reason that I was mentioning with Black's neutral. They're really strong in not needing to put anything out, not really needing anything to play anything, and just saving up their mana. So having a last second blocker that blocks for 5 is already really good. I mean, we've seen that being good with Zombie, but this is a guy that will kill most 3 costs, right? Most 2/5s at the last second drop, and will still be out on the field. He'll probably die right after, but especially too when if you are doing spirits with despair, this I think just works out better too, because generally they'll probably have attack lines already coming when they're doing that, and that counter damage will just mostly clear out way more. Easier to block in TEPPEN than it is to get an attack line through most of the time.
It's a great point.
It doesn't give 1 mana back.
Damn it, I will.
He does if you have the green clay drummer dude. I think his name is.
The green one, dude. Yay! That's another one that is just like, I'll get a green spirits because I do coral all the time. I'm like, try to use all these, fill up every black spirit I can because they're all pretty damn good. And then it's just like the green ones, kind of cool. Some people recommended the green drummer to me. I don't know. IDK.
Okay. I mean, it's obviously you're not playing either of these ogres outside of a spirit deck, but I feel like their cost and their versatility did lead some people to try them out. The blue ogre ended up staying around a bit longer, but I feel like they just get replaced at the end of the day by some other 4 costs or even 3 costs that will end up getting more value. But I do like this one more because black is better at, like, perfect blocking and getting some damage out, especially when they're being pressured. And 5 damage on counter is pretty rare outside of the revenge zombies. So, yeah.
What, 4-1 in the Oichi at EXGP with black green spirits? Damn.
Makes sense.
I mean, I can see it being disruptive with the green it, but just the drummer, I don't know. You could get so much more out of the black spirits.
You can do both.
At the
Still
same
there, it's just-
time.
It's a spare spirits. Yeah, I think it's strong. Doesn't really matter what combination you use. You could do purple, black spirits and probably do well with all the discounts.
I just refuse to play something better. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been doing lately, but not having too much
I mean,
luck
that's
with
fine.
it.
Yeah, that's fine, Skyridge. You do you. No one's telling everyone to play this deck or die.
That's what the ladder's telling me today. I was trying to play Coral, and they're like, no.
Yeah, it like comes and goes in waves, because like earlier today I was running into a bunch of aggro nonsense and Jill, and then when I climbed on my Smurf I was running into nothing but like Oichi mirrors and the occasional Ami, and I just destroyed all of them. So I don't know what it is. I didn't see any boat decks in like the 20 games I played.
Wow. For me, today it was the duality of Oichi and Ami. It was like you're either playing death effects or you're having shit banished.
Yeah. And I told you guys that Amy would come back strong once people stopped experimenting and decided, to be serious. Like Red was still going to be around. It just wasn't around on day one, so everyone was running amok with purple, thinking it was like the shit. And it obviously, it's still good, but it has some flaws.
Chat saying all right for Blue Ogre. Do you guys agree? It's like one step above the Red Ogre.
Slightly better.
I agree.
Yeah, it's definitely better. It's not giving me 1 MP back, but it's better.
Yeah, just the fact that they can place it to block something, it does 5. It's not what people expect. And that's the one thing that is kind of interesting, is that you're playing against like Shield Spire, you're playing against anything with like sizable HP. When that line's coming in, like you have to think about what your opponent could play to block it, and unless it has like 3 HP, then maybe you start feeling like, oh, well, like maybe I should play a shield or something like that to protect my unit, or be ready for it to die. But when it's like 4 or higher, you kind of run out of options for what the opponent could be playing. So it's nice to play something that costs only 4 and do 5 in return.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's alright. Next one is the monkey. What's the monkey? 5-cost monkey. Chimera. Ooh.
I think he's cute.
Good, my dad what a bunger was, dude. What did your dad say about bunger?
God, I know what a bunger is, because that, if I didn't, that would be kind of weird.
It'd be really weird. Garbage. Talk about a bunger. You talk about a chimera, dude. Chimera's fine. 4/5.
This is like the basic of basic cards. Like, there's really nothing to say about it. It's not doing anything, and it's way overcosted for what it is. But it's a spirit, so you could discount its cost. You could buff it with other spirits. You could play some other spirits instead. The possibilities are endless with this card.
And one of those endless possibilities means you can put it in the trash.
My dad didn't particularly care.
When I said you can just play other cards instead.
Yeah,
this card is just weird.
This card.
That's the face he's making, by the way, when you pick this card to put in your deck. Like, me? Why?
He's got a lot going on.
Like those Raid Shadow Legends commercials.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pick me.
Why is his body an ornament, like a Christmas ornament? It's got a little hook on it and everything.
Look, he's like, I'm kind of like Orochi. I got one snake head.
I'm
1/8 of him, dude.
My dad didn't particularly care. Sorry to hear that, Jonathan.
Your dad didn't care for bunger? Wow.
Bunger? Whatever.
He's damn kids with their burgers.
Or the burgers with walking French fry legs or whatever it is.
Does anyone go to a place that like wraps the burgers like that? I know In-N-Out does it.
In-N-Out does it. A bunch of burger places down here.
So, the people voting gimmick, why do you guys think this is a gimmick? Where would you play this?
It's a bad card. Plus, I think they're trying to avoid putting it too low because it is a basic card.
Yeah, this would be the most bottom tier, but it's getting the +1 for being basic, so it's cute.
Yeah, I think it's cute as well.
I'm just gonna say cute. Like I as far as like gimmicks go, I can't think of a single deck that would actually use this outside of, I guess, all spirits. But again, there's so many spirits in the game now where you're not required to run this, which is a good thing.
I'd give it a higher rating if it was a 4-cost and I could despair it. But because I can't despair it, it can go in the trash.
Dude, Bunger tier. I don't know about Bunger. Dude, Bunger's pretty top tier. I made the Bunger card.
I feels like a 4 cost by design, but since it's a basic card, it has to be a 5, right? So it's unfortunate. It probably falls victim of just like being a basic, and they didn't want to have it too strong.
Yeah, they're
For
really
us to
good
spare.
about not making strong basics.
Yeah, they make a mistake every now and then, but you know.
It's
I think
it's
they did
tough.
it well with the basics this time.
It's
They
nice
did
that it
better.
is 4 attack, but it's just not enough. 5 for 5 or 5 HP for a 5 unit is kind of eh. People are saying gimmick. I kind of think gimmick. Like I can still see it being discounted, but the fact that it's not like a 4 or something like that is unfortunate.
I mean, the rest of us said cute, so you know, it's up to you in the chat, I guess.
Damn. They said gimmick. If everyone else said cute, then we're putting it in cute.
Think so, right?
Yep. Ugliest cute I've seen.
You guys, I was just like, cute. Poltergeist is the next one. Put this at the top here so I don't lose it. 3 cost, 4/2. It's already pretty good. Give +1 attack to a random friendly spirit unit. It's alright. It's pretty good. I've seen this a little bit.
It pops up in Spirit Despair decks every now and then, and it definitely does carry a bit of value with it. I mean, being a 3 cost with 4 attack, there's a fair amount of cards like that now, especially the spirits, where you necessarily don't have to play this one, but it is an additional one. And obviously, since it's giving attack to a random spirit on death, you wouldn't really play this outside of anything else. Like, you wouldn't just play all zombies and then like one of these. So it is very limited in scope, which is unfortunate, but I feel like it's pretty solid just for the cost and the attack, because you can discount that cost very easily, and being able to do 3 MP or less for 4 damage can be pretty good.
Yep, it's really good, especially, you know, with Shield Spire around. That helps a lot. It's just a lot of things coming up right now, just having 4 attack. It's really good. Obviously, he'll die after 1, but that's okay. And Spirit Recursion and reducing their mana. It's really strong right now. I think with that, the +1 attack isn't the best thing ever, but you know, also if you are in that Shield Spire matchup, that's just making it harder and harder for them. If you have something else and it's pushing their attack over. But I think he's just all right, but that's mainly due to better choices.
I think he's between alright and good for me. The death effect is pretty underwhelming, so maybe he's just alright because of that.
I will say he does completely like shit on an old basic, which was DiCaprio, who was the 3. I think she's a 3/2 that you sack
Yeah.
life and then gave 1 attack. So but
I
yeah,
would play
I could
this.
see an argument for good.
Bye,
Oh, I was just gonna say I would play this card if 1 MP death units did not exist.
Right. Point taken.
You want to make this card sound better, compare it to the card we just looked at, dude, the Chimera. So this thing is 2 MP cheaper. It doesn't have the 3 extra HP, but just the fact that you get the same attack for it and it actually has a death effect is much better. I'd say good or maybe not great, but it is definitely a scary 3 cost blocker.
I think it's
I mean,
around
also, this guy quickly trades with Alfreds and Felines, which is not easy to find in 3 costs.
Good. Dude, 91% voted all right, but I'm seeing people in the chat say good.
Make up your mind.
It's solid, but the death effect is pretty underwhelming, like I said. So it falls between that awkward gap where, you know, I guess it depends how much you value 4 attack for 3 or less, because you'll be able to get that back multiple times if you're playing the right deck. But is
Yeah,
that
you
good
can bring
enough?
this back with Despair and all that. The 5 cost you can't. So the fact you get like all that.
Persone, Despair.
Oracle Just confirmed
certain
der
actions that revive spirits, legendary
If you
Oichi
like
brings
it,
back
mon ou
this
maillot
card.
life, mon cas.
Yeah, could keep coming back, keep bumping other spirits. You have to play it in a mostly spirit deck.
Thanks for the resub, Oracle.
Yeah, that's definitely his biggest downside is needing to be in a spirit deck. If he was buff any unit +1, I think he'd be in a lot more decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like this guy in good. What do you guys think?
Good.
It's good.
Yeah, I would play it if 1 MP death units didn't exist.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you were saying I played at 1 MP. Oh. It's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. Next one is Ubume. That's the 5 cost flyer. It's 2/5, and when it dies, it gives -2 HP to a friend, or not friendly, a random enemy unit. Friendly unit. No. I don't know about this one, but that's probably because when I think of 5 cost flying spirits, I think of Crotengu, although Crotengu has a lot more hoops to jump through.
This card's just not worth it. The effect is pretty underwhelming. I mean, there's times when that randomness will actually work in your favor, of course, but it is only one target, and we're going to see other cards later on that, you know, are just a better version of this, I guess. But the stats are very underwhelming. I don't know. I feel like black just never gets a really good flyer, and for reasons, but I feel like you just play a regular crow instead of this and just take the hit.
Yeah, the crow is just better than this in pretty much almost every way. He's just too expensive. Even with spirits being able to reduce mana and all that stuff, he's just too expensive.
Probably falls on the gimmick for me personally.
Yep. Gimmick
I-
for me as well.
I think it'd be fine if it were 4, but the 5 is really just pushing it.
Well, I actually like this card a lot
Really?
because, yeah, it is overcosted. It's not that great, so I probably wouldn't play 3, but I would definitely do like a 1 or 2 copy in a Dark Invitation deck, and I've seen it before. It's somewhat resilient because of the flight, so it's just kind of like an annoyance, but because it can stay alive, it allows you to open up for a hero art ability if you need it, and then if you don't, then it's still gonna be kind of like a nuisance.
Black has the best flight card. Do they?
The best flight card? You mean Bolt Reavers?
Am I missing something here?
Anything
Flight
if you
unit.
Bolt Reavers it?
Yeah, I meant flight units, Alchemist. I don't think black has that many good flight units. This is literally the same like cost and stats as MX, the revenge one.
Oh yeah. Flying
Time
boy.
Access Revenge. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this card. Izzy was running one of these in their Blight Spider Queen Invitation deck, and it just wasn't working that well for them. They kept wanting Blight instead because obviously it's more value. This card's just too slow, I think. Yeah, I can block other flight units, but it's really not doing much.
I like
cost.
Crotengu better, but it's
Tengu needs
also
a
hard
little more
to.
work.
Yeah, it does need more work. I think it's worth the effort though.
Needs more work, but ultimately it's just going to be better. And Tengu has that shield too.
Yeah.
This doesn't
That's
have
longer.
that at all.
Yeah, I think gimmick. Chat says gimmick, although it's pretty close to all right.
close to alright. I think if it was a 4 cost, it would be alright.
I can see it being almost good tier in if it was a 4 cost, just because pulling it with despair.
That's true.
would
You
be
could
Despair would be
Despair.
outrageous. That's probably what they were thinking. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
3/6 with flight that on death is pinging the board. It's pretty scary.
That'd be, I'd be mad angry right now.
For Astalos, yeah, Astalos was only insane because they never nerfed Resonate properly.
Oops.
But yeah, Astalos was a good flight unit for black. That's a good point.
I say gimmick. What y'all think? Final
Gimmick.
verdict. Gimmick.
I'm cool with that just because it doesn't give me back 1 MP.
God damn it. Oh, my boy, the homie. I forgot this guy's a basic because he's that good. The Bandit Spider. We looked at the art last time, dude. He got a tiny little head. It's a 3 for 1/7, and it's not Alfred, but it does give a random spirit unit in your hand or EX pocket +1/+2, which damn, this card is good.
This is the best basic of the set, I think. It's
Call
pretty
me
good.
tier.
Really like the effect for spirits, giving them that really nice buff. You know, playing that in tandem with even the ogres, you know, that we were talking about earlier. Like that combo alone makes them a lot scarier. And as a 1/7, it's very ascension friendly, which I think a lot of people overlook sometimes. But a 3 cost 1/7 is going to be very good to ascend on as a whole. And yeah, it's not Alfred, but I like the effect a lot for spirit decks.
Yep. This guy's, I think he's great for that reason. Good Ascension fodder. If you're doing Spirits deck, you're going to get a lot of recursion anyways, so you're just going to constantly have Spirit units in your hand, constantly making it stronger, constantly reducing your MP. And he's just really good for that engine.
The only issue with this card is when you're pulling it back from your graveyard later in the game, and you kind of want more of the meteor spirits, the ones that'll actually be able to fight back. While this one is, you know, kind of tanky, like sometimes you need more attack in that end game, and pulling him back is kind of unfortunate. It's just some things I've noticed when playing spirits.
Dude, when this homie gives Tube Foxes the 1/2,
Yeah.
you're slathering yourself with the butter. You're like, yeah, baby, let's go.
When I was messing with
crabs, yeah.
when I was messing with Invitation with Spirits, I like, you know what? I got nothing else. Used Invitation on this, and then he died, and both went to my fox. So I was like, oh, sweet. Just a massive fucking fox.
Yeah, someone did drop a Tube Foxes on me that was like 5/9. I was like, how in the hell did you get that? I thought it was some other card. It was that strong. I was just like, okay. 5/9 with agility.
There's definitely a lot you can do with spirits where you're actually stacking up in your favor with numbers.
Feels good when this hits Spider Queen too. You're gonna get 4/10. It looks so much better than 3/8. Everyone's gangster until that Tube Fox is 5/9. Yeah, that's scary as hell.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I kind of think great.
I'd say great. I mean, the only flaws are the ones I mentioned, where it's not that great of a late game card as much as it is an early game card, and has to be played with spirits. But that's fine, because spirits are good right now.
Yeah, they got lucky by having a good Ascension, because it's playing a bunch of Spirits last card set. It felt like, oh man, the one thing they're missing is a good Ascension card and maybe another flyer, and they got both those.
I think they got a good one, yeah.
A pretty
The one
good
they got is
Ascension.
pretty alright. He's alright.
Yo, it's got. We said it last time. It's got the backwards feet, dude. It's got the tiny head, the backwards feet. He's like, I'm out of here.
Cap.
His head's like, let's fucking go, but his feet are like, we gotta go.
Oh. I think it's a great addition for spirits, though.
I think it's great. I don't know about you guys. I think it's great. It's got that big body. Just checking last time. Great, good.
Nightmare fuel.
Nightmare fuel.
Small head tier.
Dude, just...
A
I
tiny
mean,
head.
it's not Alfred, but it's still gonna be a nice little placeholder and ascension fodder.
God, I hate Alfred.
God, I hate Alfred. Oh, this one, this Rao card. I forget what she even does. 2/5.
She's like an active engine.
When a friendly spirit unit is placed on the field, give that unit +1/+1. That's okay,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, it's all right. I think the biggest issue with this card is being a human, right? And not to be racist, but it's really
Wow.
hard for humans to work together with spirits in the current landscape of deck building. I found anyway, because it tends to be the case where spirits are just helping other spirits out, and they don't really work with humans outside of this one. But it is a permanent buff, so if she gets killed after a spirit is placed and buffed by her, the buff will not go away, which is pretty nice. But yeah, it can work well with Despair. If you bring her back and a couple other spirits, those spirits will get buffed by her.
If is it one of those things if she's top or if she's what?
I'm not sure exactly how Despair works right now, because I saw Dynamo die at the bottom slot one time,
Oh wow.
which I think should have worked, but it didn't. It might actually just be all at the same time, but I feel like she would buff them all. Haven't really tested it in full myself. But yeah, like she's a good ally to spirits, but not amazing. Like 4 cost 2/5 is also kind of yikes for
Kind of yikes.
pretty yikes, yeah.
Yeah, it's a mixture of her cost and her stats that just kind of holds her back from being really good. And it's
try.
one of those things where you wanna flood the board with spirits after you put her down, but you now only have 2 spots, and you kind of have to commit heavily to that.
Spirit does not care about lane placement. Wow, they programmed it to not
Okay.
matter.
It seems like it all happens at the same time. That's what I've seen anyway.
Interesting. So if she's in there at all, she buffs the entire board by an additional 1/1 from Despair.
Oh,
There
so
was-
spirits, yeah.
There was a note in the changes that something with like lane placement and how things are done, like the idea of how that works, the programming behind it has changed. So the logic behind it has changed. So that's probably what's going on, and it's probably because of Despair.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say you'd want to play 2 spirits out to make sure you get the use out of this. I mean, there's a lot of units out there that are 4 cost 2/5s because they have an additional effect. And I feel like with most of those, you kind of want to get a couple procs off of it. If you don't get 2 procs from this chick, you're kind of losing out. Chat says all right.
Yeah, she's alright. If you really want to work towards, putting her in a spirit deck, it'd probably work, but it's not one of those cases where you probably need to get her out sooner rather than later, because, the spirits aren't getting buffed after she's placed on the board. It has to be while she's on the board, and then you can play spirits out. So it's kind of a order of operations thing going on there. But you do get that permanent buff, which is nice. Do like that about her.
Ainsworth has
It's
a
not
good
like her
point.
Grizzly or something.
It's when a friendly spirit unit is placed in the field. So with foxes, it could proc twice really quickly.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's good. It's just
Keyword
a
is
heavy
placed. Yeah.
investment.
Yeah, it's just interesting
Good
because
hit.
I'm used to like internalizing. Like, okay, it's a 3/5 tube fox, and then when it dies, it becomes 2/4. But this would move it up to a 4/6 3/5.
Yeah. And if you use the legendary Rao on top of this one, and then this one dies, I don't think the Ninetales gets the buff right afterwards. It would have to be a different human that dies in order to get the buff, but I'm As long as this basic Rao is alive for Ninetales, that would get the buff.
5/10 sounds fine.
Yeah. I don't know if it's worth doing that combo, but it is cute to see how she works with herself that way.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say all right, maybe good. What do you guys think?
I think all right. I think this type of effect would have been better and more wanted in any other color but black, but black isn't really about sustaining its board and keeping it alive, and that also kind of goes against a lot of what spirits want to do. I mean, it's definitely still not bad, but that 1/1 is not as wantable in black decks.
Fair enough. Do you think closer to all right?
Yep.
I
Anyone
agree.
up? You agree?
Yeah.
Then it's going in all right.
Yep.
Jonathan is glad I know what Gurren Lagann is. I have not seen it, but I know of it. So we're almost in there, boys. So this card is kind of dope. It's a little costly, but it's kind of dope. This Oichi card. 7 cost, 8 HP, 0 attack, throw it in the garbage, but wait for each spirit in your graveyard you get an attack, which it's kind of not as good as it sounds. Like I mentioned last week, there's a big distinction between number of deaths and spirits in your graveyard, and with spirits it's kind of a revolving door. They're going into your graveyard and coming out a lot, so you do have to pay attention to this count, as it'll go up and down when you use Despair, it'll go up and down when you use Curse Zone. It doesn't go up whenever you lose your Tube Foxes, unless they get sealed or something, so that number doesn't get as big as, like, when someone plays Curse Extraction in the first minute and a half and it's at 17 or something.
And what took them so long?
What took us so? It was so frustrating because I'm sitting there playing Coral, I'm trying to play my honest solitaire. Just kidding. Ugh. But
There's a couple catches with this card. She's a dual tribe, both human and spirit, so all spirit synergy, such as buffs, discounts, effects that would summon spirits, she can all be a part of. She, at the end of the day, she mostly boils down to a less, or I guess more inferior version to her legendary self, obviously. But getting that high attack is pretty good for endgame when you are having a lot of spirits die. She's just very awkward at that cost, and even if you can find a way to discount her, you're probably waiting a long time before you can actually play her out. And the fact that she doesn't have like an instant effect or anything kind of hurts her as well. But I will say her death effect is very, very good. Kind of just works like a murder spikes at random.
I think I have one of these in
I don't
my
know what-
invitation deck. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, like using her with invitation just to kill a 2-attack unit would be pretty good. Can be worth it. Because right now I think invitation has a bit of a crisis where there aren't that many cards worth using the hero art on. I think this card is one of them at least, but the cost kind of makes it unfortunate.
Yeah, one thing I keep seeing people do with invitation is just play it on like a raw card, but they added a couple pretty solid effects in black that give you a death effect, so you can slap that on. It's hella good.
She's pretty close to Valisac, like Pignoin's saying.
It's a tricky thing because I wouldn't want this card lowered MP, especially because you could run 3 of them at that point. 7 is probably at that good point because she is still a basic, so I don't think she should be kind of shitting on other legendaries and such. Though she's pretty close to it.
But you can discount her since she's a spirit.
Yep. So I mean that's the other scary thing with her. She is awkward, but I think she is pretty damn good for a basic too. One of the better, probably one of the best heavy costed basics I think I've ever seen.
I think we said before she was like the best hero basic card.
Oh yeah.
Oh, easily, yeah.
I mean, Amy basic is pretty solid. But I guess it depends what you're going for. And I guess feline basic is really good too. So
I guess with this one, it really is just be careful when you use her, when you place her, because the spirit count is going to go up and down. Most people are saying all right. I kind of think, well, I would say good, but I wouldn't run that many copies of her. Like I said, I only have one in my invitation deck.
I'm between good and all right. For all right, I think it's like for me, I always repeat myself when we do these tier lists, but for me, all right means like, you know, you can run one of them and probably not hurt too much over doing that. And good would be like, you know, you can run two of them and do fine. That's how I look at it anyway. And great's like a 3 of.
Yeah, I'm torn between all right and good, because definitely if this was not a basic, I would 100% say all right. But I don't think being a basic is good enough to bump it up to good.
Ooh.
So yeah, I think very high for all right.
Kind of sounds like everyone's on the all right train.
I think she's playable. She's just not like deck defining.
Yeah, I don't know if
Not
I'd
gonna
move her
be-
up from a
Most
one
likely
of
not
in
going to be
my...
your finisher.
A good one of, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Budget new
Ainsworth. That's
players.
probably why she's in all right. Like all the all right tier cards are usually going to be solid one-offs at the end of the day.
If I was gonna make a budget deck, she would definitely be an auto include. I do think that she is the best basic epic. Well, I guess Isun exists, so never mind.
Shit. So we're
That is
moving
what's
on
good.
to the actions. Already, dude, we're blazing through this. On a side note, why would you play Basic Oichi over Valhazak? For funsies, dude, because you have some actual moral fiber. That's the reason. Curse.
Spirit Synergy, Enter Death Effect.
Spirits, energy, and death effect. Yep.
Alright, good.
Also, Soul. I get her for free. What did Valhazak ever do for me besides take my souls and not even win me the game?
Sure he does. Just gotta play instant attack. Just get your 10 memory up and just go hog in someone's face. Return a random spirit from your graveyard to the EX pocket for 1. What about this card?
This card's biggest downside is that Curse Zone was printed in TOA.
Yep.
Yeah, this...
Pretty irrelevant to the zone.
Curse Zone does double this and a discount.
Especially because it's... Yeah, this is putting it back in your pocket, but it's not doing anything with it. It's not buffing it, it's not decreasing its cost. It's just cheaper, but by 1. So you're still getting better value with Curse Zone. There wouldn't really be a reason to run this, even in an all spirits deck. I'm not too crazy about this one. Yeah, if Curse Zone wasn't a thing, I think it would be all right, even. But I don't know. I think Black has this weird phobia of they get cards that can draw units from the grave to the pocket, but in general you usually don't want to use those because you have to spend even more mana just to get them out of your pocket. Like Black has always favored the stuff that just places it on the field right away. But for spirits, Curse Zone is playable just because of the discounts and you're getting 2 back, which is insane. Like that's a really crazy card. So it's worth the cost of putting it in your pocket.
Where did we rate Curse Zone anyway?
I think it was great at the time.
Great with like the idea that it's not amazing now because there's not that much spirit support, but just what it did, we knew it was going to be stupid when spirits got support.
Yeah, I do remember having that little caveat in there, and it was just like, whatever it is with the bump it up rating whenever the next set comes out.
Yeah, and it ended up being pretty great right now. So
God tier.
I think we were right about that. It's pretty good.
The only thing I could see running this card over Earth Zone would be if you need to just spam out the memory or something. Like,
Yeah.
There's not really that much you're rushing for memory for.
Even if you're running both, right? Like if you do both Curse Zone and just Curse, whatever. I don't know. You have to ask yourself like if this is ever worth it, because at least with Curse Zone you're getting 2 cards, right? So even if one of them is really expensive, like if you pull Legend of Ouija back or something, or Spider Queen, that's fine. If the other one's at a discount, you can play something out right away. But this, you're not sure what you're getting. It's 1 card. It's not coming at a discount. Could be really expensive. Could be like a Ninetales, right? Like there's a lot of ways this can go wrong compared to what Curse Zone is doing.
That's true. Chat says gimmick. I'm willing to call it a gimmick.
Yep.
Maybe if it was 1 for a random 4 cost or less on the field, I'd be throwing up for 1. Oh my god.
Just slightly more leaning towards all right, just because, again, if you're doing budget and you didn't have Curse Zones, this would be a viable option.
Yeah.
But I'm also fine with gimmick.
Yeah, whenever you're drawing something from your graveyard to the pocket, and this is the problem that Black has had before, because they've had plenty of actions like this. You have to ask yourself if it was worth it, because while this does cost 1, it does add up over time. And Curse Zone kind of pays for itself.
Gimmick? I don't know. I kind of really think gimmick, just because Curse Zone's not really... It's not an epic, is it? I don't think. I think it's like a rare card.
Yeah. I don't know if rarity actually matters, though, because there's some terrible epics in this game.
I just mean like in terms of a budget. You mentioned budget, but...
Oh, right. Curse Zone is common.
Oh, okay. Well, makes this card useless then, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not useless, but there's not too many that you'd be scraping like together memory for. I think they have enough cheap actions to play.
The other thing holding this back is it's going to be a long time before Curse Zone is even considered to be cycled out. If they ever consider cycling out cards, they might never do that. Who cares? But
they said this year.
Point remains. Curse Zone was in the last set, so it's gonna be a long time if it ever does get cycled out, which holds this back.
Oof.
They're gonna cycle out TOA before Day of Nightmares.
It would be pretty epic.
Pretty rare, pretty uncommon. Dark Arts. This one's weird. Destroy a friendly unit and then you deal that damage. Okay, it's single target based on the HP of the destroyed unit.
Mm-hmm.
Friendly black unit. So if someone's killing your Sakuya, you can't use this.
This is cute.
This is some cute stuff right here.
Have you guys actually seen people use this?
I've seen someone try to use it when I was having my friend Ryan try to build a deck, and he put it in there, and then I told him not to.
It was almost in a game.
I had it used against me a couple times, and I'm still wondering why they haven't just played Massacre instead. Because, like, I get how it's just single target damage, but like, if I'm using Fate on one of their Gates or Alfreds or something, and then they use this card, I guess it was a good trade for them, but in the end, it's just not worth it to me. And it's based on their current HP, not their base HP. They could be very low, and then when you use this, you're only doing like 1 damage or something, which is terrible. It's very situational.
The way I broke it
I
down
just rather use Massacre.
to my friend, because he was trying to run Massacre and this, and I just had him put them side by side. It's like, look, the worst case scenario for Massacre is that you're gonna get 5 damage split. That's always true. And you know, you can have the dream with Dark Arts where you put it on your Alfred and you're getting 7 damage to that one thing you really wanted to kill. But there's so many ways to dodge that with a singular unit. Like they can eat that unit, they can dodge it. If they do that with Massacre, the damage is still gonna hit the board for 5. And there's a lot of the other units in black don't have high HP most of the time, and this is costing you twice the amount of mana as Massacre. There's really no reason to ever play this over Mad Massacre. It's just
Dude,
you're
just-
gonna get way more consistency out of Massacre.
Timo said it best, dude. Use it on Dalmeter.
Yeah, then watch that get shielded.
Yup. Yeah. I mean,
That'd be pretty sick, though.
general,
20 damage,
yeah.
dude.
I mean, for black, it was already tough for them to run Massacre and Predation in the same deck, and there's only a couple decks that are still doing that now. But when you're sacrificing a unit and getting an effect out of it, you usually want to be Predation.
Yeah, I can't think of any places
that
where you
destroys
use
another
this
unit.
and get more out of it than Massacre.
Yeah. But as Ainsworth's saying, like, why is this not a green action? If this was green, it would be pretty busted.
Yeah, I'd be like, you destroy my shit? Alright, well, I'm gonna smack you for this.
Because you can definitely get taller in other colors compared to black.
Chat is saying pretty overwhelmingly cute.
Well, if it still kills the unit, then I'd be okay with this in green.
Well, cute art, it's got a row on it, so everyone's like, haha, boobies.
Yes.
Yes, dude.
Well, those are cute.
Stare.
So cute.
Booba.
Haha, boob. Booba, dude. Oh, I think that's an animated emote. I need to get that.
Good one.
What is this? The dark hands? What is this thing called? Night hands, yo man.
Night hands.
Watch out behind you, dude. Night hands.
Just trying to reach for my bottle of water. My nightstand.
It takes 3 tries. You're just like, eh. Send 3
my
cards
bottle
from
of
your
water.
deck to your graveyard. Give a friendly unit 1/2. As if you're afraid to commit that HP from Psycho Power. Oh my god, that is 3 hands. Show of hands, dude.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. This is the first of I think 2, maybe 3 actually. I can't remember. I think there's at least 2 new mill cards for black, which is kind of cute. I'm glad they haven't forgotten the mill archetype from a couple expansions ago. The problem is it says cards, so it isn't implied that they could be units, they could be actions. If this actually said units, I would like this a lot more, because 1, it sets up the spare, 2, it sets up a lot of your spirit revivals, or just unit revivals in general, and 3, it's really more solid in that case. But pretty much if you use this card and you throw your extraction in the graveyard, yeah, you're not ever going to want to play this card ever again.
Yeah, this is just cute. It's the buff's not worth it. It's not that great of a buff. There's infinitely better buffs in black, and there's infinitely better mill cards in black.
Yes.
So I kind of like this card as a 1 or 2x if that's like the theme and route you're going for. But my problem with this card is that when people play it, I always just see them proactively use their own MP to pay for it. And paying 2 MP for like +1/+2 is very mediocre. I could see it if you were using this to kind of like protect your units, kind of like a shield would. But other than that, I don't think it's worth it.
It's pretty risky. Just the fact you can throw away actions that you might want later is pretty bad.
Oh, it's definitely bad. But as a card, I don't think it's
Yeah.
like awful.
Have you tried any mill deck ideas in the new expansion, Iowa? Because you used to play a lot of mill.
Heck no.
They don't give you
Curious.
3 MP, or they don't give you 1 MP when they die, so no.
Yep.
It's true. I've seen a little bit of mill Oro, but even those decks don't use this, I think. Use the other ones.
People are saying gimmick. Where the chat's going right now. Any gimmicks in chat? Good old gimmick. Yo, people, vote. Get out there and vote. I know it's night hands, but
I think it's definitely a gimmick though, because there are ways to still make mill decks work in theory, but it's just never worth the payoff because, I mean, one of the better mill synergy cards will probably just kill himself. So, yeah.
So we're talking about gimmick. Yeah, it still serves a purpose. It still buffs the card, so gimmick sounds like a good spot for that. Next
Ooh, I'm
one.
curious on this one.
Yeah, the permission slips. The prayer slips, dude. It's fate, but it's more like predation, but without the healing. Right? 4 for 4. Look, it's a fair destroy card. Holy shit! Didn't think I'd see it.
It's still a destroy card, so I hate it.
It's a basic destroy card, which is something.
It's too fair.
Do you guys realize how old Fate is?
It's a year old now. I'm tired of it.
Fate had its birthday recently. And,
We've been
still
bitching
hasn't
about it
changed.
for
How
a
does that
year?
make you guys feel?
I
Makes me
mean,
feel
we already
old.
know it got its own fucking
wonder.
birthday cake in the EXGP.
Oh, that's why they put the new art for it. Yeah, happy anniversary to Fate of the Unworthy. I'll be the one to say it since you guys won't.
Yay!
Good,
But
1
when-
year close to dying.
But yeah, whenever Fate does go away, this will likely replace it because it is a basic. which
2024.
means
2024, dude. This birthday is
As-
unworthy.
As a basic destroy, which is kind of rare for Black, believe it or not, it has a lot of value because it means it'll never go away whenever the cycling comes.
Jesus Christ, that's the Pog champ. Sorry.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the new Pog champ yet. That's insane. But yeah, my point being, if Fate ever does get nerfed or cycled out or just mysteriously vanishes one day from the servers, this will be around to pick up the slack. And I think 1 extra mana is not that big of a deal. I'm sure it will hurt to play it out for some Black players, but it's still very good, and it doesn't care about Ascension tags, which is pretty important.
Got the host from Play TEPPEN. Thank you. Just in time to celebrate Fate of the Unworthy, dude. With this balanced version of it. I forgot to put out a poll. Crap.
I'm curious where you guys would rate this with all that being said.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but I mean, just the fact that Fate exists makes it kind of like, why bother with this? But then again, you can use this on Ascensions. That's nice.
Right. Yeah, it has that side.
I hope to heck that they make this the new standard because there should never be a way where I can destroy my opponent's cards because it doesn't matter what I put in my deck. It's just that because it destroys my opponent's card, I don't really give a heck about what the meta is. And I plus from it because I spent 1 MP less to destroy their 4 cost and deal them 1 damage no matter what they do. So I hope this becomes the new standard.
Not even considering the blue mana situation.
Fucking blue
Oh,
mana
don't get me
shit.
started on blue mana.
I know we all.
Oh yeah. You got 2 units on the board. Oh, I'm gonna use Fate on 1. Oh, you replied trying to do something to the other one. Now I'm gonna Fate the other one. That costs me 4 mana. You lost 8 MP worth of units and whatever card you tried to play.
That's my least favorite, man. It's just like, I had a mess up today that, afterwards I was asking myself, why didn't I play the action? And I was like, oh yeah, because it was discounted and I was afraid to play something because of Fate. Afraid to shield my unit.
You know
Guys,
what?
If you ever response mana, this game changes almost like it just completely turns upside down.
It's
Really
wild.
does.
Or 180, I guess. Not 360.
When Ryan was making a deck, he put in 3 fates, and I was trying to stay as hands off as I can, so I was trying to tell him that wasn't a bad idea. And then he started playing matches, and it's like he just kept getting those double chains and just 8 MP worth of units for 4 MP. It's great.
It's good, man. It's good. Yeah, I think prayer slips is all right. Yeah, as Chad is saying, all right. And that's pretty good considering it's a basic card.
I say good.
I say good.
Wow.
I feel like you guys are making the unfair comparison. I mean, it's hard not to.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I value this a little bit more. You consider trade maybe even better with blue mana. Doesn't care about Ascension, and yeah, it might kill less than 4 sometimes, which is bad, but I still feel like it's worth it. Has
Yeah, I
potential.
mean, also Ascension is coming back heavily right now too. So this gets a little more value out of that, and even in like buff aggro decks too, they're gonna drop something and then they're gonna try to buff it. And if it's a 4 cost, you just play this and you killed their 4 cost unit and remove whatever buff they were gonna use for 2 MP. That's still good.
Nothing's jumping to mind right now. What is a good example of a 4-cost Ascension unit that's really good? Nobunaga?
Nobunaga.
Damn, alright. That's a good point. Point taken.
I mean, he does come back as a 2-cost Ascension, but
Still can't remove him with, what do you call it?
I mean, I've seen some green players use like, you know, Heat Nicks and won't let go of Turboid for whatever reason. But yeah, even like if it's discounted, right? Like an Itsuki could get discounted down to like 4 or 3 with certain cards. You would want something like this for those situations if you didn't have like a Corrosion Explorer or something.
I've had my legendary Oichi get fucking prayer slip because she got down to a 4 cost.
Yeah, that's yeah. Oichi's funny because I just sent on Alfred. Like, okay,
Well, now I want to put it in good. And it's a good card now.
it's good, especially when Fate goes away. Whenever it goes away, or even if it just gets nerfed, like if the cost gets
2024.
increased, you'd want to play this instead of Fate if it gets nerfed, right? It's kind of how I'm leaning.
Yeah, as
Everybody get it?
annoying as that 1 damages, if they did nerf Fate to a 4 MP card, you would run this instead. Just for
Exactly.
consistency.
Yeah, there would be no reason to run Fate if it got increased.
Iowa, does that sound good? For good? 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 Prayer slip's good?
I mean, yeah, it's if they ever rotate out Fate, this is still a good card. But I will say I'm not very happy with Fate being a 1-year-old.
It is a year old, yes.
Well, maybe it should stop thinking about existing.
Oh, rotate, what's
1-year-old and
that?
untouched.
One more basic card. Holy crap, get in the car. This one is a little poopy, I think. Demon Queen. When the Burger King is closed, you go down to the Demon Queen.
I fucking love this card's art.
Yeah.
Look at them hands. Everybody about to catch them hands. 3 mana to send 3 cards from your deck to the graveyard. Place a random spirit unit with the MP cost of 4 or less from your graveyard onto the field.
Oh yeah, this is the other mill card.
Yeah, I don't know. I suppose it does sort of. Well, wait, it does the first effect first, so you can pull something that you sent to your graveyard, right?
Yep.
It works in order that way. Which is
Okay, that's pretty good. I wouldn't want to do this as the first card and then like cross my fucking fingers that it works, but
yeah, and again, it might just send 3 actions to the graveyard. You have no control over that. which does make it awkward. And there are better. I mean, I'm not going to say there's better revive cards overall for spirits, but there's definitely better ways you can do graveyard synergy with spirits where you're not actually required to run this in order to get them back. It does place it onto the field at least, which is nice. So it does have that going for it. But yeah, it's same cost as Rebirth, but just doesn't have like that impact that Rebirth can have, obviously.
Yeah, you could use auto proc
Rebirth's
Blight.
gone, so
Speaking of future tense, Rebirth will be gone. Proc
think
Blight,
every
yeah,
other
that's
card
the
should
one
run
thing.
over
Rebirth.
this.
I think I was making my my Spirit Ura deck and someone mentioned Rebirth and then someone else was just like, but Blight. I was like, oh.
Yeah, there's some awkward cards for Rebirth. I don't know if you do that in Spirits.
So great, good, alright, gimmick, cute. I'm trying to keep on track of the all the polls. I'm not used to doing them at the beginning. Vote for the Dairy Queen.
You think this is slightly better than Night Hands, but I don't know if it qualifies as going up a tier higher than Night Hands at the end of the day.
I don't really like
because
mill
it-
decks.
Yeah, like it's milling the same amount, but you're actually getting a unit onto your field right away, and I do think that's more valuable than the Night Hands buff.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's why it costs more.
I don't know. I've never been a fan of the mill decks, so when I see this, I just see like detriment and then a little too expensive. So shrug.
Yeah, a bit of RNG.
I think the issue with this one though is the fact that it's you want to put this in a heavy spirit deck, but a lot of the cards that take heavy advantage of milling are not spirit, so that gets a little awkward.
Right, there's no Spirit that looks at cards left right now, so.
God, what if
Kinda
there was a card
counterintuitive.
with an effect that when it enters your graveyard?
I've been waiting to them to print some cards that actually do stuff in the grave. Haven't done that yet.
Be just crazy if you milled something like that and then like something happened. You're like, oh, it's in the graveyard now. I know it's there. People said gimmick.
Some
Good old
Yu-Gi-Oh
gimmick
shit.
tier.
Like I've seen certain other card games do ideas where, you know, once a unit is in your graveyard, it just starts eating other units, and then once it's like empty in the graveyard, it just comes back out.
Wow.
I wouldn't mind seeing that in TEPPEN. The problem is I don't know how you'd rate that, except maybe with actions.
Chat said gimmick. I kind of say gimmick. What do you guys think?
I mean, Night Hands was also a gimmick, right?
Cute.
Oh, definitely not cute. I'm
Not worse
between
than Night
gimmick
Hands.
and alright. It's not worse than Night Hands. This is definitely better than Night Hands.
Yeah.
But I think it's higher end of gimmick.
Yep, same. The thing about it is, it's a card that can only get better because of its design. It's very open design, so if they ever make another card that really synergizes with it, it's kind of like Summon Minions.
Yep. If we start getting spirits that benefit from milling too, that could get really scary.
Good point. So top a
That's
gimmick.
why I almost want to put it in alright because of its design and open design and, you know, future possibility of getting really good, but I still think it's still just right now gimmick.
Yeah, I think it's limited to spirits, so you're gonna play it in a deck that's full of spirits. So that kind of limits its versatility.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll stick with gimmick.
A little too random.
But with that said, we are done with the basics. So, Pog, everybody, Pog. Moving on to the red cards. So let me change
Do we
this.
want to move to red or do we want to fast forward to black since I know talking about black will bring up a lot of points that we're bringing up with these basic cards.
Still want to do red first.
Okay.
I want to save the best for last.
That and like I already tweeted about red
Yeah,
and
that's
green.
I guess if we cover black right away, everyone's gonna go home after that.
Just like go home when you're when your team is losing the ball game. Everyone's like, yeah, let's just go home. Let's beat the traffic.
The rest of the set is not nearly as exciting as the black cards.
Did we
My
rate
opinion.
green? No, we didn't do that yet. We were doing red first though, or not
We
first,
always
but
do it in
second.
order. Yeah, we always do it in order. Red on the black.
So this will be a lot easier for me to find. Don't have to wade through basics. Start with the units. Red. Headless Guardian. Headless Guardian. This is a 3/3 for 3, which is pretty good, and then deals 2 damage to the unit in front on death. So it's like, we don't have anything that deals 2 in front. Oh, Yoichi in this set, but trying to compare it to something.
A couple old red cards that would pretty much have this effect, and one of them was on death, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff like Gunvolt that would do similar.
I was thinking Gunvolt, yeah.
Oh yeah. Gunvolt was a 2/5, and there's 1 in front when it dies. So this is 3/3 for 3.
I think the issue is it's a death effect, and it is a spirit, and so it's in tandem with the whole spirit idea that it's full of death effects. But there's a lot of on-play damage for red at this cost, where I don't know if this ever fits. Because would you play this or would you play Cody if you had to choose? Basically boils down to that.
Cody. Kind of sound like a gimmick.
It's all right. Like it's kind of like tomato for me because it reminds me more of Gunvolt, and Gunvolt for a time being was a good counter to Orochi, so it's all right.
Right. Yeah, you're getting that guaranteed damage in front on death, so that's nice. It's not going to be completely random, but it feels like red players just want more random damage than anything else. They don't care. Forest is better.
I think those are
Sometimes.
too different. Forest can really bite
It's
you
a
in the
little
ass too.
Yeah.
Oh, Forest Spear.
Yeah.
Forest Spear is pretty cool.
I don't know if you'd ever do a Denjin Spirits deck, or how that would even work, but
It's not great.
I guess, yeah, I guess this would fit somewhere in there.
Though
Even
there
in
is
like a
spirit I
red,
would play.
like a red-black Spirits deck, I don't know if this guy makes it in. A lot of competition.
Well, chat's starting to say gimmick. Oh, I don't think I put up the poll thing. You still got a little bit of time. Dongo plays Dungeon Spirits. Yikers. I don't know, man.
Plays anything.
He plays
he played
anything.
Denjin. He played Denjin with that foot-long sub I had yesterday. That's like Denjin, whatever. Like it's Dango thing. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
I don't think it's that great. I think it's closer to. It's alright.
There's just a better spirit already in red that does damage on death.
Oh, the red imp. 2/5 or 2/4? It's a 2/5.
Yeah, I actually don't know how to grade this one.
The red is a 2/4.
Yeah, 2/4 it.
Probably gimmick, because I feel like the only way to make this valuable would be in an all spirits or dungeon. But even
Yeah, I
then,
guess it
still
is
look
less
good.
flexible.
I think it's actually kind of flexible. It's not good now, but you know, eventually, if there's ever more cards like Orochi, you'll probably want this in your deck.
I think if it had a little bit more attack. But I
Like
guess
this
it
is
sounds fair,
actually good against Yukimura too, if Yukimura ever gets popular.
I think you
Oh.
still run the red imp over him though. That's the problem.
Yeah. Mm.
Why not? Why not both?
Could do both. You could also, I don't know, because you can add his stats like you do Bandit Spider. You make this guy a little bit stronger. But again, you're just doing a lot of spirit synergy conjunctions, hoping this guy gets buffed so you can get more value out of him. I feel like that falls under a gimmick to me.
Oh yeah, if this
'cause
guy
you
were
have to
4/2,
buff
it'd be
him
nuts.
to make it more worthwhile, I guess. Yeah, like getting his attack up with other spirits would probably be the way. But that takes some effort.
Sounds like a gimmick. Sounds like everybody's going gimmick tier.
I think he's all right at best. But yeah,
I think I was saying all right too.
I like alright from me.
Hmm.
Bad Cody.
He's just a bad Cody. Hmm.
I mean, yeah, he's also a bad Sheva. And some other 3
Yep.
costs.
and a bad red imp.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
I
run
mean,
I wouldn't run both. I need space for my busted red legends. Damn.
true. Yeah, Red needs like 20 legends in their deck now, so.
I need space. Fire Eye. Any Fire Eyes in the chat? 4 cost 2/6. On death, it gives temporary +2 attack to
Oh,
a random
God.
friendly unit.
I forgot it was temporary. I hate this effect. Good lord.
There's, I want to put this in cute. I don't know why it's temporary attack.
It's the same effect as Feud, where it's 2 attack temporary, except
Holy
it's not
shit,
growing
so
something
bad.
else, right?
A mother, dude.
Mother. This
I don't know about
might be the worst
Mother,
red card. I don't know.
but maybe.
It probably is the worst red card of the set.
Really?
There's only one other one I can think of that would come close.
Oh, this is definitely not a lower than Mother card. It's not like that unplayably bad.
Yeah.
It's playable, it's just not very effective.
I don't know what we're doing, because I think last time we put like 1 bad card from every color in Mother or something like that.
I think so.
Um,
You think this is the one?
I think it is. just looking at the rest of the set, I don't know. There's like one other card I could think of would go down there, but I don't know if it's valid.
Well, if Chad votes cute, then we can deliberate on that one. Oh crap, it's 100% cute.
Voting's not done yet.
Yeah, it's got like normal stat line for a 4 cost is like 2/7, so it's below normal. Mother isn't on the poll. Yeah, I'm trying to put the polls up so that we can advance in an orderly fashion. So I don't have time to like assess what is possible, what isn't possible. So I'm just kind of going
not
through
that,
and
not that card, Pig. I disagree.
I disagree with that card being worse too.
Pointless, but it's not as bad as this.
everyone's saying cute. Do we want to take it another tier and go to Mother?
Potentially
I
later,
don't mind
but I
seeing
don't.
this in Mother. But yeah.
I mean, you can hover it in Mother, and then we can
Hover
come back.
Mother.
Hover Mother Tier. We'll put it in there for now. I mean, one card from every color. If there's a permanent one, I'd like it more. I know, right? Temporary 2 is kind
Yeah.
of sus.
Yeah, I mean, there's just other spirits that are doing a lot more with their death effects and their stats, and 2, 6, or 4 is average, less than average actually for a 4 cost. And that death effect has to be really good for it to be worthwhile, and it is very much not good.
That
Alright, next.
heavy HP too makes it awkward to probably get that off when you need it to.
It needed to be like a 2/7 at least.
We got Crude Sandstorm, dude. It's the next one. This guy isn't too bad. It's basically Mikhail +1 in every sense. Costs 1 more. You're getting +1/+1. So he's 2/6. Explores for the same thing. Ammo is just gun. He's got a bow and arrow, but he gives you a gun. It's okay. He should have had Thomas stats. Yeah, I think he should have had 1 more HP.
Yeah,
I guess
again,
they're
like,
afraid of
just
that.
2, 6, or 4 is below average in my opinion. I mean, he plays. He gets Explore on play, which is a plus. He doesn't have to die or anything stupid. Yeah, like Mikhail already exists. I don't know why they would print a card like this and just add 1 to everything. Seems
Which one would you feel more okay about when it gets hit by fate? This guy or Mikhail?
Man. I was still running Mikhail's and everyone was going crazy with Destroys, so I just remember people being like, oh, I'm gonna fucking fate Mikhail. He's a 1/5. What do you care, dude? I'm scared of him.
Like, he's hovering around gimmick for me, but the fact that he can give you that instant explore, which is what Jill players are thirsting for. If you are running a budget Jill deck for whatever god-awful reason, I guess this guy could fit in there. Also do some weird stuff with humans.
That's a challenge waiting
So
for me
bad.
this month, is to run a deck with Jill that doesn't have any legendaries in it. That'll be fun.
Ooh. That sounds painful.
It sounds painful. A third of your deck is supposed to be legendaries, young man. You better go back and edit that shit.
It's definitely what it feels like.
Yeah, so basically over Mikhail, which is a basic, by the way. Yeah. You get 1/1. That's it. I guess that's
Luke, the
kind of
idea's
like
been around.
gimmick.
The idea of Metsu Rising Sun, Luke, I'm assuming it's you, Luke. It's been around for like a while now. From like, I don't want to say day 1, but I feel like I was seeing it on day 2. It just took a little bit of time for people like Iowa to optimize it more. But it's a pretty, I guess I don't want to say old because it's only been a week, but
It's
the concept
old.
was out there. People were doing either Geo Genesis or like Metsu or Thunder Edge with the boat. There's a couple ways you can do it, but it turned out that Metsu was the best because combo.
I don't think
It's
it's
very
combo
easy to
that
do.
makes it the best. I think it's the 12 AP cost. Going off at 12 AP is so early, and most people don't have the MP or the cost to like stop that. Like, you literally need a 6 MP destroy to even bother like surviving that game.
I think the combo helps you win faster though.
I don't think it's a combo, because you could also do like agility and then like, you know, vice versa, and then get a unit that gives you combo. So my point is that it's the 12 AP that makes the big difference. That's why when you saw like a lot of different changes and buffs, it's always going to be the AP of hero arts that make the deck busted.
Well, also it's what that 12 AP is giving you, which is combo, right? Because if that 12 AP, like
Yeah.
if you're doing, if you're not going to do it with Hyakuretsu because you're just 13 AP, but you're giving just heavy pierce, which it already has. It's the combo
Yeah, you don't need the
busting it.
Devil Breaker it because it has spillover. You don't need the Lightning Laser because it has Pierce. You don't really need to protect the unit either because it's only out there for so long. I mean, there aren't too many options for buffing it.
I'm just saying nobody would play Thunder Edge and then try to get combo because it's 16 AP.
I've seen Thunder Edge with it.
Yep.
Right,
It doesn't-
but
doesn't
it's
win as fast because it doesn't have combo.
it's significantly worse though. I mean, you could
Yeah.
explore for combo and get that working for you.
It's crazy.
But
What even
I
gets you
made the
combo?
joke.
Well, that's the thing too. It's easier to explore for agility now in red than it is to explore for combo, which is also something that's kind of tipped it over the edge.
They made it stupid easy to find agility in red for some god awful reason.
I don't know why they made it so easy to find that. That was the dumbest idea. We'll get there though.
Yeah, we'll
it
get to
it
that
is
in a little
dumb.
bit.
I agree. But
It's next,
I'm-
actually.
I'm telling you guys, it's the AP cost. AP cost is a huge thing with TEPPEN. The lower the cost is, like Rakoha, for example, the better the hero art is, and the stronger your game plan is.
Yeah, but you still have to acknowledge
Yes.
that it's tied to that cheap AP is tied to combo, which is the only thing that boat's missing.
Combo is a good ability, but it's also missing agility. I'm just saying that if it was like vice versa, that it gave agility instead of combo, and then you were going for combo instead of agility, then it would still be the same thing. You wouldn't really play it if it was 16 AP. Like, I agree with you guys. I'm just saying that AP is such a crucial element to TEPPEN gameplay. That's why
It is,
Rakoha got
and
nerfed.
no one's disagreeing with you on that. The thing is though, is there's no 3-cost instant explore for combo though.
Yes.
And that's also
I
it's
have
just
to
all
look
the
this up.
all the
It's- yeah.
pieces fit together. The cheapest explore for combo you're getting in red is with Charlie, but he has to die first, and that's a
Oh,
huge
right,
thing.
Charlie. Yeah. He has to die. I knew there was something I was missing. Yeah. Anyways, Crude, I think he's all right. I think that's what the chat voted on. What do you guys think? Just all right.
They think it's all right. I think it's a gimmick, or maybe even cute, because it's just Mikhail. It's Mikhail with 1/1, which you're not really getting too much for that.
But I think Mikhail has always been good. Like, I see him around still.
I wouldn't play him over Mikhail, but if you're like, man, I want more Mikhails, then he's all right.
I want more.
I think all right.
You think all right because it's inferior to a basic card?
I think Mikhail has always been good. He's just all right. That's what I think. It's not. He's harmless in the grand scheme of things. It's still an explorer.
I will say I also a little bit of our wording on the tiers is kind of affecting it too, because I don't see him as a gimmick. He's not really doing gimmicky things. But yeah, it's kind of hard. It's a separation of separating like placement of our tiers and names of our tiers, because he's not really a gimmick, but
I don't think he's.
I just don't see any
unplayable.
reason to run him.
There's better options, sure, but if those options go away, let's say I don't know if they get cycled out or something,
well, he's
But
you know, you might
But
have to. run
Mikhail's
other
basic.
explorers.
He's never leaving.
Yeah,
yeah.
you know. But again, if you're hurting for more explorers or want to try something out with a little bit more health, I don't know. I just don't see him like being completely useless.
What does it matter to
Maybe
compare
actually
rarity?
better.
Let's not talk about rarity though. We're talking about just basic versus. This card is ass. Ammo is ass. Wow, Kyle. Wow, ass tier.
Good job, Kyle.
Good job, Kyle.
Well spoken. I
It's
think
not
we
a
just
gimmick
put
because
him
you
on the-
don't have to go out of your way. I mean, gimmick is more of a.
Yeah, it's just our wording that's because like if I was just looking at like A, B, C, D, B, like down to F, then yeah, I guess gimmick tier. Our wording is just weird on that, because he's not a gimmick card, but he belongs in that lower tier.
Should we just add letters to all the what do you call it? All the tiers.
Why?
Make it easier to understand. Let's see. Is it okay? It works
Letters?
that way. Yeah, just because when we shared this last time, I think the Japanese players were like, What the hell? Gimmick? Penguin? I
I don't know if
mean,
it matters that much.
like, I don't get it.
We'll make them get it.
We'll make them get it, dude.
It's not that big of a deal. I don't know. It's clearly in order, so they can at least evaluate it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just easier to read and understand. Because I think we're getting wrapped up in oh crap. Well, all right. Well, I put the letters in wrong. So acute's gonna be F, and mother's gonna be F minus.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be G. F minus, dude. I love when Japanese tier lists will have like triple S plus and all this stuff. It's just like, how about F minus, dude? I don't know. I don't like Crude. Last chance. What do you guys think? Chat said all right.
Your chat.
Iowa, decide for us.
Yes, this card is a gimmick.
Oh man, it's a gimmick. Ah, sucks, dude. Hate to see it. Anyway.
Well, Explorer's not that good to begin with.
I know. It's not that good. But let's move on to more argument-friendly cards like this one, Hayate. The Agility Explorer, the 2/2 that just exists to die.
This should have never been made.
Yo, I'm about ready to give this a good rating.
I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was in my chat when I saw this, and I was like, "Why the fuck did Red get this?" And someone said, "Agility's not that good." Wrong. You're so wrong.
I like how Green had one of these, and they just printed a better version in red, like they always do.
They did that twice. I stand that I think Fury was better than Kuyaku already.
Yeah, they already had access to agility, but I guess they needed an on-play Agility Explorer for whatever reason.
Hey man, I love it.
It's a bit silly.
Keep doing it.
This is stupid. This is so dumb.
I mean, the stats are really bad, but that's not the point of the card. The point of the card is just to find agility to put on your other busted cards. So a lot of people are going to say great because of the obvious combo, but I think it's just good.
I think the prevalence of Crush and Pierce units that we're seeing makes agility all the better. If it wasn't for all the Crush we're seeing, I don't think it would be as good, but Crush becomes cancerous once you put agility on a unit.
I mean, putting agility on anything is busted.
It's pretty strong, but I just feel like
Pierce,
Crush especially.
You name it. Yeah, once you put agility on something, it just way overtuned and shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, this card's great. It's super cheap way to get your agility, and like I was saying in Iowa's chat last night, because I know there's the argument of you could just play lightning fast if you're doing red-green, and that's overall cheaper, especially if you do in response. But it's the same reasoning why Bombast is so good, because Bombast isn't actually making things cheaper generally unless you play in response, right? You are paying 2 mana to reduce something by 2 mana, so you're still paying generally the full mana, again, unless you use it in response, but a lot of times you don't get that option. But what it does is it lets you, get 2 extra cards in your hand, and then let you set up your combo later. You don't have to commit to the combo right then and there, and you have less chance of bricking because, again, it's going to your EX pocket. And it's putting a body out there that, even if it's not a scary body, they still have to do something. They can't 100% ignore it. If you're saving lightning fast to put on your boat, but you're waiting with all these units, they still don't ever have to do anything while you make that setup. You drop this guy, he's not scary, but they have to do something. and you're just set up for your combo much easier later down the line, because it's also 1 MP that you need to play for that, and not your full 3 MP after you play 5 MP.
Stop calling me out.
You know, man, I wasn't gonna say it was you.
Nah, man, it's cool. I get it.
I don't know.
Then again,
like
I run one lightning fast, so.
I saw a Joe player, not secret. I saw a different Joe player play this card out. They explored for agility. They played out Hellbat. I didn't play any units. They played out Carlos. They lost the shield. They decided to antibody their Hellbat and then give it agility. I destroyed it. Basically, what I'm saying, outside of like a few decks, I feel like this card is just pointless. And I don't know why you'd ever want to explore for agility when there's like a million red legendaries that already have agility. So this is very, very specific, and we all know what it goes on, but to me, I feel like that doesn't validate it to be great. I still think it's good, but I know everyone's going to say great, so just put it up there, I guess.
Everyone's gonna say great. Yeah, I mean...
The day that they understand in, you know, game design, that you should probably look at cheap hero costs and also balance how each hero art works, that is when I will rate this card appropriately. But this card, as long as Metsu exists, this card is going to be a great card because of Metsu.
Also, I think our good tier got moved above or below the good tier. Or good got put up above great.
What the hell?
And the letters are swapped.
Like that arrows, I guess.
Good catch, dude. It's better than great. It's
All right,
good.
so Chris thinks he's a B, but we all think, or Chris thinks he's an A. We all think he's a B. So yeah, put him in great.
It's better than great. It's good.
Yep.
Oh no, it's okay. Nobody in chat caught that. So Groot tier, dude. Chat says great. I guess he's friggin' great then. Pokemon card tier list.
He's exploring you a 16 AP hero art that costs 1. That's pretty great.
Ouch.
It's true.
And it's harder for you to explore the 12 AP hero art for some reason. So yeah, that's why all this shit is ass backwards.
This is like Dango level degeneracy.
That's Dango right there, actually.
That's what it looks like.
Shaped.
He's like I'm ticked off.
He's running from the 4s.
Ouch. All right, well. We'll go on. We'll talk about Bud Ogre. Yeah, this man is Bud Ogre.
I know he's not going to get rated too highly, but I love this card.
He's a 5 cost 2/9. Whenever another unit dies, deals 1 burn. 1 burn. But
It's any unit, so friendlies, enemies, etc. Very dungeon friendly.
And he's tanky as fuck.
Yeah, I guess people are gonna vote on him, but I actually think he's good. I think this card is very underexplored right now. Obviously because Denjin isn't that popular, but I feel like even outside of Denjin, since this is a spirit, you can definitely mess with him in some like spirit synergy decks. You know, black red could do some cool stuff. And I know black red zombies is more of the flavor right now, but black red spirits I think might be getting overlooked just a little bit. And I think this could fit right in, if not for the cost, which, you know, you can discount this cost in theory, so it doesn't always have to be a 5. But I think he's very solid by design.
Yeah, and
I think Burn is okay.
This was the card that when I saw was like, I mean, between just unitless Denjin struggling in a lot of other ways, this was the card that I think is what can push a more unit heavy Denjin into working. He's because that 9 HP is quite a lot. There's not a lot of units at that amount. So he stays out a lot, and then with any unit dying, that adds up real quick as well too.
Especially if you're playing a red deck, especially one with a damage hero art. Right.
Yep.
I don't know, man. Burns is not that great no more.
Burn definitely fell off, and there's so many ways for every color to heal now. It's kind of absurd.
Yup. Green and black got tons of ways to heal to the
Yeah.
point that I feel like burn decks are just not viable right now. You gotta try
I
real
do
hard.
agree with like decks that are just 100% focused on burn, which is like unitless dungeon, but I think this guy just kind of fits in with just normal board control play, and then just slowly pinging your opponent down, and kind of forcing them to use their heals at times they probably wouldn't want to.
I think he's well statted for the cost too.
Yep.
It would be fun to make a unit-based dungeon deck and include this guy, but I just don't know. I haven't tried. Not much of a dungeon guy.
Sure, Dango's tried, and I've seen some other people try, and it ends up it stacks up over time if you don't deal with it sooner than later. It definitely can stack up.
Yeah, Dongo
'Cause
Spirit
there's a lot of flimsy units
Dungeon
right now.
runs. Dongo Spirit runs 3 of these, right? Because I mean, you even get them back at discounted cost with Curse Zone as
Mhm.
well, and that gets really scary.
That adds up. And yeah, there's ways to heal to negate a lot of that damage, but the fact that you had to heal a lot of that damage back, I mean, you
Yeah.
guys might not think it's that big of a deal, but I think
Chet
it's
says
good.
good.
I agree. I said good. Love this guy.
Good. What does Iowa think? Good.
Good.
It's good. See, it wasn't that bad. It went better than you thought. But this guy, on the
did.
other hand, oh wait, no, this is not a bad card. The mirror, all the mirrors look weird.
Pretty cool art for all
Some
the mirrors.
kabuki face, dude. Look out. It's 6 cost, 3/8, and on death, it deals its attack as a split damage among enemy units. So you stayed on this thing, clear the goddamn board.
Good. Or you could just do a
Omega
couple,
shit tier. Wow,
do a couple
Enlo.
envoys.
Any envoys in the chat?
I get why this card isn't being played, because for Red's overall scheme right now, if it's not growth, if it's not on play, it's probably not getting played. But I actually do like the design with this card. I think this card is actually pretty solid. I think if it was a 5 cost, more people would be playing it.
Late game envoy card, if anything. Yeah, I can see that.
Pretty cool with Envoy. I like the stats. It probably should be a 5 cost.
I'm only glad it's not a 5 cost, because then I would be genuinely terrified of red black spirits.
Yeah. The thing with Red right now is like a lot of their 6 costs are just legendaries. We can't fit more.
I can see this getting more played if we ever got a legendary limit. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Maybe.
If it's sealed, it's still a 3/8. That's a good point. They'd be spending 2 MP to bring this thing down, so it's kind of a 4 MP 3/8. That's pretty dope. It's really dope.
I mean,
Why
I like
play
the
this card
design.
instead of a 6 MP legendary? There's no reason. Just kidding. No.
I mean, there's other 6 costs that are seeing play now, like Takeda, but they obviously have bigger payoff, right? So for Red, that's always been the case. Like if you're paying more than 5, if you're playing six and more for a card, it usually has to have a huge payoff, and that's usually where the legendaries come in.
I think these are amazing Celestial Envoy cards that we're seeing. Unfortunately, I think there are faster stuff and more oppressive strategies But if they keep making more support like this, I think that Celestial Envoy will be more playable than it is now.
It's still pretty good right now.
Envoy's really good right now.
Yep.
But this, like I said earlier, certain arts are playable now because of certain cards. This is not one of them, but it's interesting how they lean more towards attack-based cards for red now, in this expansion, to, I guess, buff the whole Envoy idea and validate players that have been testing that out. Because I know one of the very first ideas that a lot of players, especially in JP, tried out were Envoy decks, and Will hit 2100 with Envoy, so he must be doing something right.
People really hitting those kind of points in the first week. Goddamn.
Yeah, a couple people hit 2100.
All right, I guess I need to stop messing around.
I mean, it was only a few, and 2K, there's a decent amount, but I hit 1900 yesterday, and that was still good for top 100. Today, I probably dropped out though, so I don't know. It's pretty easy to climb right now, I found. Just have to put
Chat
time.
says all right. Put it in the it's not FDR tier.
I think all right's a fair assessment. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if it was thrown on a gimmick as well, because it does need a little bit of a buffing attack to be valid. But I still like the stats.
Thirsty, what say you?
It's alright. Slash gimmick. It's a gimmick. I'm gonna say gimmick.
Oh, Iowa?
I would say that this card is alright. It is not one of the more playable cards for Celestial Envoy, but it is Celestial Envoy support.
I think it's alright. Put it in alright. It's alright. It's fine. It's cool.
But damn, man, if you get State of Nothingness on this in response to someone that Destructive Instinct, I'm gonna murder your face and your board.
I'll destroy your whole family, dude. Whoa, dude. What about the Yoichi? This man, 4 cost, 2/6. We're seeing a pattern here. Deal 2 in front on play.
It's cute for me.
Actually ran into this guy earlier. Some wise guy was doing a human Shinku deck and threw this in there. Played this on top of BB Hood. Yeah, I guess it worked for a short while.
Why that when Rashid's in the game? That's a good point.
It's that instant damage, man.
I can't wait to do the combo.
It's very specific, having that human tag isn't really as valuable as it once was, I think, because humans have been more or less saturated. Can we all agree on that?
There's so many.
Yeah, it's kind of 1 in a million right now. So the human tag doesn't nearly make it that special. So even if you're doing like a red-green human thing, you might not even play this because there's so many other humans you would probably rather play.
Yeah, there's just cheaper humans doing similar effects, right? Like Josh Stone, I think you're better off running than this guy. I mean, I know it's in front, so that's nice, but I think overall just the 1 extra MP matters enough that you wouldn't. Stats are okay, but like you mentioned, below average for a 6 cost, and you usually expect a really good effect from that, and I don't see this as being that great.
Voting
says,
dude.
This
I
gimmick are
think-
cute.
I think maybe if he was 2 MP more and had revenge and then did 3 and healed you for 3, and you could do it again, I think then he might be.
If we put this in cute with ass face, Crude, and gimmick, I'm gonna be upset. Cat's saying cute. I think it's a gimmick.
I wouldn't put him down the cute. I feel like synergy for red that, you know, other cards work alongside with, and he does do damage on play right away as opposed to on death. I don't think he's as or worse than the Headless Guardian, which we have under gimmick.
If we need a deciding factor, I would say that what kind of like brings this card up for me is definitely is no Tenkai, right? Tenkai is just one of the best cards that, you know, follow this damage dealing realm. But
Sure.
if you were like playing on ladder and one of your very like crucial units that you put everything into, like your boat had agility, it had heavy pierce, it had crush, it had combo, and it had 2 health, this card would mess you up. They would play this card and you would lose. That's what does it for me. So I would put this in gimmick tier just for the fact that if by one off chance your boat was 2 health, this card would ruin your day, and then you would lose 40 points for losing to a B rank player. Because that's just how ladder works.
That's just how it works. I like how we have a new factor on these, is boat stopping power. Strangely enough, I believe the whole story with Yoichi is that he fired an arrow to stop a navy or something. Something along those lines.
Maybe that arrow should have been doing more than 2 damage.
Yikes, dude.
He's a bombast target, sure, Kyle. I mean, so are the other 500 humans in this game.
Iowa, did that happen to you? Listen, let's not talk about it.
That's a specific example. Yes. I'd probably just gimmick then. I don't know. I'm between alright and gimmick.
That's a gimmick. I think there's just better on play damage than him. That's cheaper. That's safer. And also more of it that fits in the human tag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the story with Yoichi is that it was a famous bowman that was able to split a mystical fan placed on a warship that was said to be impenetrable, dude. It could said to divert the arrows back to their enemies, and this guy split that shield in 2.
All I know
Yeah.
is I missed a side quest from him in Okami, and I went back to try to do it, and he was like, "Nah, you had 1 shot." So I don't like this guy.
Not 100% completion, dude. You
Hater.
missed my side quest percent, dude.
Now there's a fucking stone peach that I can never unstonify because he bounced out. I hate him.
You need a new list for cards in the set that are worse than basics, worse than basic tier. I mean, that's what we have Mother for, Kyle.
Mutter.
Mother are basically the main card set, or main cards that are pretty bad. Like cards that we don't know why they were designed.
Uh-oh. Time to talk about a card that shouldn't have been designed. This one. Kobayakawa Hideaki, dude. The new Nash, he's running away. Please look forward to it. Base stats 2/5. It buffs up to a 3/8 just like Nash. When your explore count is 3 or higher, just like Nash. And, I guess, I mean, he gets a shield, but the only benefit here is that if you seal him, all he loses is a shield. If you reset him, he doesn't lose 2 attack, he loses 1 attack. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I think he's right.
I really wonder if they're going to have, like, the first month after a card set is going to be, like, when they do balance changes, and then the second month is when they do set rotation, and then they have a new card set. That way we have something happening every month. That would be kind of cool. But if they do cycle out Day of Nightmares and we lose Nash, this is your replacement, guys. This is your replacement.
Yeah, I mean, Nash got cycled out, right? So just use this guy.
He's ugly though. He sure is.
Wait,
He's
what?
running away with his big helmet.
What? People are still playing Nash instead? Wait, what? I don't think this guy's that bad. I actually saw Jill using him, and yeah, pretty tanky for a 3/8 with shield built in automatically. Not that bad for the cost, I think. Definitely outvalues a few cards at his cost and higher. Yeah, you can fade him. Yeah, I get it. But I don't know.
Did somebody
I don't think it's
actually say,
that bad.
oh,
I mean, I'll include it whenever I do a deck that's no legendaries for Jill, but it just, I don't know, man. Nash felt like, yo, more of that, please, and they're just like, how about Nash -1? We reverse power crept him.
I think there's a lot of value in that shield that he's coming down with too, especially in a Jill deck where you can just give him a second shield and buff his stats. He loses a lot of the offensiveness of combo for sure, but I think he fits in a different type of goal for a Jill deck than what Nash is doing. So I kind of like him for that. I don't think he's bad. I think I can see him being good. Because I mean, there's already like a lot of very strong 4-cost units that, you know, once you meet a certain requirement, come down with shield, and those have always been strong, like Jake. And this guy is just kind of like Red's Jake. But I do think where we're at now, it's pretty easier to get 3 explores than it is to make sure you get the memory for
Yup.
Jake. So I
Sure
think
is.
that's why I actually find him a little bit better than Jake.
Okay. I guess, you know what, Nash is so good. I guess it wouldn't be fair to release a card that's better than Nash. Like, Nash is still technically a good card. People aren't running it because he doesn't have agility and rush and kills whatever's in front. So, you know.
Guess my
But
question is Nash actually better than this guy?
I think so.
Why is that?
Nash-
Because you can antibody Nash?
Well,
Nash
no, you can
is-
antibody both of them.
Yeah.
Nash is 100% better than this card because I remember back when we had the Yon meta, and it was like World's Championship 2019 for TEPPEN. I was practicing with Yo-Yo-Lan, and he really liked Jill at the time. And Jill at that time was still like kind of like not very popular, kind of like, you know, just who she was. If you played Jill, you played Jill. So when he was putting Nash in his deck, and we would do the green matchup, and at the time Jan was like pretty busted. He was saying how Nash was very important to Jill because the fact that you can buff its stats, you can give it combo, made it so that you traded pretty well against like a Hoitzel or against units with like Call to Battle, things like that. So I think that the combo aspect for Nash is very important for the Jill build, but I do think that this is like an okay weaker card for against the red matchup, but it doesn't have the combo, so it doesn't trade as well.
So
Yeah,
just
I
do a
think-
show you can explore deck with this guy, problem solved.
Yay! I mean, if you put Nash down and someone has to block that if they don't have a fate to remove it or something like that, or like take the thing off, you're gonna be hating that combo pretty fast. But I don't know. The combo just comes in. It's hard. It's deep. It's different, as the kids say.
It does.
Kids
I
actually
just
say
I can
that?
see that.
I do think there's a lot of value in having cards that are. This kind of goes back to Red Ogre versus Blue Ogre, and having something that's a better blocker can help you, I think, in a lot more situations than something that's a better attacker in a lot of situations. I think Nash is a better win con. This guy is better like mid and better for neutral game.
The chat vote on this guy.
I didn't put a poll out because I was so offended by this card.
Oh.
I'm mostly hyperbolizing. It's not the worst, but if it was a little bit different to like kind of make him his own kind of card, I would be happier. But it's the fact that he has a lot of properties that make him really close to Nash. Like, it's like trying to speak and type these words at the same time, and it's not working. Put the poll out now that I've bitched about it. I don't know, man. It's like you got the friend, it's got the new PS5, and then you got your other friend. He's got the PS4. He's a nice guy, but doesn't have the new games.
This is more like
This guy's the
this is
Xbox.
more like this is the Xbox, the new Xbox.
Yeah.
It's the
And you're
new
like, which
Xbox.
Xbox is that? And he doesn't know. He's like, I don't know what my name is because
Yeah.
these Xbox naming suck ass.
I don't know what my name is, and he's running away from his Xbox, dude.
Guy's just waiting for the next big exclusive, which is going to come in 2 years.
He's running to Halo Infinite right now.
2 years, dude.
Yeah. Hang tight.
I'm not running away. I don't know, his flavor text too, man. How you supposed to feel like a badass playing this card? Nash is good at hitting face against purple
Point.
at the time for sure.
You know, as a 3 of.
Good. People are saying good.
I say good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I agree.
I just think that if he was a little bit different to not like look at this card and just say Nash. The word association, it's like look at those property the text, it's like Nash.
Oh,
Yeah, I kind of wish they gave
Alright,
this guy like
cool.
crush or agility.
Oh my god, we don't need more crush. Agility.
yeah, just give him more crush or heavy pierce.
Yeah.
I was
Just
gonna
name
say-
the two most cancerous things in the game. I mean, heavy pierce maybe, but oh
I was
god.
just gonna say my uncle works at Gung Ho and he said that Nash is going away tomorrow, so get used to this card. Players.
The hell?
Get used to this card.
Get used to it. Oh, meanwhile, we got this card. Miyamoto Musashi. Man needs to put on a shirt. 4 cost 1/8. Combo. It's kind of nice combo. Growth 5. He gets 1 attack and then 5 again. He gets the Famed Blade, which is just ammo plus 1. Gives 3 attack, which sounds really nice. If you fully grow this guy and feed his sword to him, he is gonna be a 5/8 with combo. Sounds crazy. But in order to do that, you need to play out 14 MP worth of stuff.
That's easy.
That's a lot. That's this guy requires more than Takeda to max
Power,
out.
that's fine.
Just true
Starts-
power him. It's asking so much.
I actually hate this card because I lost to it with my 0 attack deck.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. And I was like, Iowa, don't lose to this.
I mean,
Because we
just
talk
the
so
fact-
much shit.
The fact that it's another combo card for red gives it some value because Celestial's starting to become more popular, and I have seen like a top-ranked Celestial deck run this card. They're pretty much running all the combo cards. You had Maki and this guy, and I know Carlos is better, but this guy does promise a little bit more in the long run if you can get that growth off. So I understand why you would run this over basic Carlos. But it also doesn't make a lot of sense design-wise why he's growth 5. It's a lot to ask for, especially when other busted growth cards only need growth 3 for red. They probably should have made him growth 3, but I understand why they were a little hesitant, I guess. But I don't think he's awful. I don't think he's like bottom of the barrel just because of that combo existing. Combo's really strong.
Put him and Legend Chris, then you have no space to ascend. Just kidding. And
It is a lot to ask for though. That growth. That I've never seen that Explorer go off. Out of all the times I've seen him.
Were you there for when I lost to it?
I think I watched that, but I don't know if he got the Explorer off, did he?
He did.
Okay.
He just kept like playing cards because with zero attack you allow them to play cards.
Right.
Almost anything
And then
requires
Smoker.
more than Takeda. I mean, I guess Takeda, he requires 6, but he can also play him for 6. Not too bad, but it's also kind of like...
Kata being a growth 2 is silly.
I just like a lot more of the other combo humans that exist in red already, between like Maki and even Carlos at 1/9 as a 4-drop. This guy does get the growth advantages afterwards too, but it's just how consistently you're going to get those growths off. I mean, if you're going full in on like all combo humans, I mean, you could probably throw 1 or 2 in there, but that just seems really rough.
They
Definitely
could have
be the
left
first to
off
go.
the level 3 and made it a basic card. Big for me, man.
Please vote, guys. I don't see,
Please vote.
for him. I don't see any votes.
Any voters? People are like, oh my god, this card sucks.
Oh my god.
They're falling asleep. I didn't put the thing in the
people do
chat.
not like this one.
Put a big sign at the top that says vote. I literally fell asleep.
Vote or die.
Gimmick, dude. Vote or die, dude. I like this guy. I like this guy going into the graveyard when he gets played.
I
Chat says gimmick. What do you guys think? I guess
Floor's a gimmick.
I guess it's a gimmick because if you don't take him out, he gets that blade, and that's kind of a yikes. But as long as you have things occupying the field in front of him, I think you'll still kick ass. He's garbage, dude. I love those two comments right side by side. I like this guy. He's garbage.
Usually Kyle going against the flow of the.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why you'd play him over the Carlos if you just want to at least go for that effect, but I can't see him replacing Maki, the 1 MP. I mean, there's no difference, right, until you get the extra 5 growth off. So, like, I just think Maki is better in every way.
Even if you're running explore cards like Bushin Ryu, I don't know if this is the guy you're gonna use it on.
I hate anything that you play that like you need to boost Shinryu to get the card because that's the mark of a bad explore card.
That's
It
pretty
needs
bad.
a lot of
Explorer.
help.
I'm just trying not to rate it on the Explorer. Like, the Explorer would make him a gimmick, but the combo makes him better than gimmick to me, just because he has combo built in, and it's so easy to buff combo cards now and get out of control.
I think in order for him to do anything with this, more than Maki really, is for people to ignore him. In which case, I guess if he's ignored, it becomes a problem. But you have to ignore him for quite a while.
Yeah, and then also if you're going with those deck styles too, with those combo humans with high HP, they don't synergize very well with growing him, right? Like, you need to drop 2 Makis to get a level.
To get a level.
Yeah.
That gives them 1 attack, which is nice, but I think then at that point too, it's kind of just awkward to get that second growth. And I think that's the only, I think that explore growth is the only thing that really makes them stand out being better than like the Carlos and Makis.
It's, I guess one thing that makes something like Ken really good is the fact that he has a really good growth effect very early on. But this guy, his weaker one is the first one. If maybe the first one was Explore for the Blade, then that would be fine. You could get the Explore and then, attack +1 later on if he's still alive. But this is, he explores later on if he's still alive. It's like, I don't like that. Red aggro could use him. Well, those aggro decks don't really play a lot of units, so they're not going to get a lot of growth.
Yeah, Kyle, I thought about that idea where it's like you're playing this guy down and then they have to like focus on him. They don't want him to grow, but at the same time, he's not really that big of an issue to deal with.
he's not that big of an issue, and honestly, it's not like the other growth units where you need to stop them from growing or you're going to be in a really painful spot. If he does get his growths off, which is a lot of work, it's really still generally not going to be that bad of a position to be in. Um, like attack buffs are already pretty easy for red to come by. I don't see it as being like super game ending either if you do let him grow.
Turn into an issue quick. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of cards, but yeah, the fact that he has combo does make him an issue. But are you going to play him over something like, I don't know, Rashid? Probably not.
Depends on the deck, but yeah.
Sasquatch people thought was a lot, but it's easy. I mean, Sasquatch also mostly went into, it was pretty much only in true power decks for a while.
Yeah, and also
think we-
Sasquatch has action cards that support that, and also he's a 7 growth, which sounds like a lot, but that's you can do that with a 4-drop and a 3-drop. That's a lot easier to play out than trying to play out 2 5-drops. And I think Sasquatch's growth ability is way better than this guy because it builds a scary board. This guy just gives you a buff card, which is a pretty good buff card for sure, but it's not. It's just not even one of the strongest explore buff cards in red.
I think we spent enough time on this guy.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Chat said gimmick?
I voted gimmick.
I vote gimmick.
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 Uh-oh. We got a problem.
What, did chat say something else?
No, we got the did chat did someone in chat fuck up again? We got this doggo. Kami with Rush. It's a
That's good.
3 for 1/5. What is this? Mega Tortoise? Just kidding. Rush. And it's got the FDR effect, except just kidding. No. Attacking deals damage equal to its own attack, split among enemy units. This card is a major harasser, dude. Put this in Amaterasu Mouth Breather tier.
This card is
Remember
great.
people were. Yeah. Remember people
I was
were
not
just,
a
like,
believer.
wondering what the hell this card's doing.
Mhm.
I mean, right away we were like, this is gonna be pretty damn good if Envoy ends up being playable, and sure enough, I think Envoy ended up being pretty playable. With all the new ways to buff red units and apply attack stacks, this card can get out of control very fast, and the fact that it's doing the effect of split damage before the attack actually happens means it can actually live a lot longer than you think it would. It's not quite Crush, but it's kind of like Crush.
Yep. And he's super cheap, so he's low commitment, and you can run 3 of them. So if you have to throw one out early, which probably doesn't feel great, it's not the end of the world.
She's good. What can I say? She's good.
Yeah, I mean, you get him to 2 attack, that's way a problem. If he's at 3 attack, he's Lucia.
Yikes. Yeah, I've kind of underestimated this. I think someone got it to like 4. I go to block with, I forget what it was. I had 4 HP, and it was just like I still got hit, and I was like, oh. Like once it happens to you, I think it's much easier to understand how strong it is. But it's not something to discount. Nice little shield breaker too. Even if it's just 3 attack split, there's a pretty good chance it'll be one on each slot if your board is full, and that'll break some shields.
Do we have a pull up for this?
Not because I keep talking about cards first.
That's alright. I also like to talk about cards.
What do you think about this one, Iowa?
Trying to be the red player on this one.
This card is pretty cool. I think it's really interesting how they have like scaling hero arts work with units. And I think that this card is already good with Celestial Envoy. It just can only get better. But yeah, I like it a lot. The fact that it has Rush makes it so playable once you get that hero art scaled. It's really hard to interact with unless you're like prepared for it.
Got 3 secret ones? God damn. Yo, this is, I left my dog in the car on a summer day. Dude, look at that.
Feeling it.
When my owner gets back, I'm gonna split so much damage on him.
I'm gonna be. Did you guys see the that clip where the dog was trapped in the car, so it figured out how to honk the horn?
Shit. All the cops on his owner.
So there's this like video of like somebody like just this dog in the front seat just beeping the horn. Like, come get me out of this hellhole here.
Yo, it's hot.
It's hot.
Honk if you're hot.
Yeah, I can't wait to try out Envoy with this. Although, man, I can't do everything. I can't try all the Envoy stuff and all the Coral stuff and all the Jill stuff.
This was one of the few cards that Red got this set that actually validated both Thunder Edge and Envoy. So it's pretty damn good. It's exactly what they needed. A playable
I'd be
free cost that actually has a really crazy effect on attack that gets stronger based on how much attack it has, which is great for Envoy.
I'd be afraid to play this in Thunder Edge, but I see why. 5 HP is a little scary, but I totally see it as great. Chat says
It's a
great.
Thunder Edge card, I think. I think it's great.
Great.
If you're gonna run it in any decks, you're probably doing it as a 3 of, which means it's great.
Yeah, I guess I have a stronger feeling toward the higher HP cards, which is why I like good old like Nash and Ziku and all that stuff. I do like easier to give a higher score when it has a big ass health. Oh shit. This card, Old Man, which I don't have any of, I'll just craft it right now.
Old Man.
Shimazu Yoshihiro. Yeah, this man, Grandpa is gonna kill your whole family, dude.
What?
This Grandpappy got a big sword.
Card confused me so much when I first read it.
Yeah, I totally read this card wrong. I was like, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, so the way that works is that he costs 8, which is a big oof, but stats 4/7, pretty good. Heavy Pierce, yes please. Victory, 5 Pierce damage. Holy shit, get in the car. And he has a unique Besieged-like effect, where if he takes 5 or more damage, it is reduced to 1. So if you play Detonate on him, which I saw someone try to do that in the Secrets stream, yup, does 1 damage. Detonate for 1. So they encourage you to sort of whittle this guy down. And
Don't lip flash this guy, kids.
and it produces the same effect, the same visual effect as Besiege, so be careful. What Secret was doing with it was putting Furin Kazan on it so that everything 3 and below goes to 1, everything 5 and above goes to 1, so you have that sweet spot of 4.
It's... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this card. Like, I've thought about it, and I even watched Secret try to win with it, and he was just waiting and waiting to play him out and never found a good chance to do it. This guy's probably too expensive above all else. And the effect is cute, but how many things are doing 5 or more damage right now that you actually want to stop? Like Veterans, Dragon Lords, Hadouken, Detonate. What else?
Lip slash.
Yes, yeah, Lip Slash is funny.
Penguin
This guy
growth.
costs 8. Yeah, Penguin Growth, Ken Growth. There's some stuff, but it seems to be mostly red, and red's ridiculous damage. But it can't stop like Eason's random 2 pings.
Yeah, I think it makes for a nice one
Or
of
like
in
Andy's
Jill.
hero art. It's... Yeah, you can give him Furikazan, but how much mana did you just spend?
9.
Set that up.
Enough.
Enough, dude.
And how many decks is that working against? Again, I feel like this is just like an anti-red card. When red
Yeah,
already
fuck
has
red.
more than enough anti-red cards, right? Just play Yukimura for less hassle, I think. Even though you have to ascend, sure, whatever.
He can hit and not care about counter damage from Orochi 3 times. Wait, 4 times.
Just seems pointless because you're up against like a black deck. They're not going to care about this at all.
What's really funny is if
Or green.
you're
Pretty much just seal
about
it.
to connect with somebody with 5 attack and you use Sun Goddess, it would make it do more damage.
Shara was an issue, right? Yeah, but Shara generates shields. This guy's not generating shields. He's taking actual damage. It's completely different.
There are some novel uses for him, but it's also kind of weird. Chat says good.
Pure speed's black. I mean, destroys beat 8 costs. But yeah, you have a point. Heavy Pierce can beat black. Yeah. And watch how many times he hits. He's great. Chat says good. I say gimmick, but I'll leave it at that. If you're willing to play him out for that much, you better hope it works. Because if it doesn't work, you probably just lost. That's
I
my
think
take.
he's got some novel uses as a one of, but I wouldn't really run him as more than that because it's certain matchups you're gonna get more or less value. I think red is just the best place to play it against. Those big cards that everybody bitches about, the detonation, the lib slash, those are not gonna be effective at all here.
Now the chat's saying gimmick, Mm-hmm. By the way, for my opinion. No, it's fine. You guys are welcome to think whatever you want. I just can't think of him ever being in a playable state at that cost. A lot has to go right. A lot to go right.
I was gonna say, I would say gimmick too, because I mean, like the Furikazan thing is super cool, and that's like, oh fuck, what do you do? And I think that's really kind of one of his go-tos, because I think that it's a little bit too potentially easy to answer him otherwise. Though, even if you do put something that's weaker attack against him, he is probably going to get some of the victories off, which is pretty good too. And I think there's some things that you could do to kind of build him up. One thing that I think really hurts him is the amount of 4 damage units that just kind of got printed out with the set, especially the cheaper cost ones. I do think you could run him as a one of, and the Furikazan thing is super dope until it's like done consistently. I do think it's more of a gimmick. That's a uber expensive combo. But he's not. I do think he could potentially pop up too to answer some meta problems.
Yeah, I think all right. Like I said, a one of. You wouldn't want to rely too much on him, but if you're going into the certain red matchups, it'd be nice to have a unit that doesn't have to worry about being lib slashed in mono red, or anything that has a big attack.
Straight up loses to like certain 4 or 5 costs.
Yeah, victory pierce damage is wild.
I do like him a lot with riding the giant weapon.
Yeah, like that's literally one of the only ways to protect them, though, right? Unless you're doing a Jill thing like Secret Walls was doing. But like, I'm on the same level with the Shara because Shara is literally protecting itself in a cover that protects its units. Like it just doesn't. It's not the same thing. You'd have to tech in giant weapons and other dumb, like shields and stuff like that for red, and you're really going out of your way to protect this guy. And then you need to find the time to play 8 mana. I guess you trump card and just hope he wins. I don't know. Seems gimmicky.
I think he's really damn good for your opponent when they hit him with Crystal Ball.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yes. Really
Actually,
good
having
Crystal
these
Ball
go
card.
against each other is really funny.
Yeah, Will was saying something like that happened to him.
You just trade evenly.
I
Be
think the
funny
problem was
if
they were
it's
both
in the-
playing Envoy, so they were both taking 1 damage each.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Same lane. A little awkward.
I was in and out of Secret's stream, and that did happen to him once, where I saw two Shimazus going at each other, and they had over 4 attacks, so it was just one. Huh.
Oh yeah, I have a funny story about this guy.
How
It was
funny.
Yesterday's stream. I don't know, Dango laughed.
Laugh out loud.
Yeah, I was playing against somebody that was playing Shimazu, and I had Fate Defying Ryu, and I've only played 4 actions that game, so he lost 8 MP for nothing. And I kept my Ryu.
That's about right. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Damn. That sucks.
Yeah, play 8 MP and then lose it right away. It's pretty
Sounds
great.
good.
I want to see the match where someone tries to brainwash this, and then the red player's like, "Well, I'm a lip slash my own." Oh fuck.
Are we punting him?
I think all right. You guys are crazy. Just kidding. No. If
I mean,
everybody
we
else
could- we
thinks
could
gimmick, that's
compromise.
fine.
I mean, chat said good. Some of us said gimmick. We could just go in the middle and say all right. Move on.
He's great until he gets obliterated. I don't know. Everyone I've noticed are running a lot fewer destroys, where I expect my unit to be just killed in the action phase. It's like, nah,
Wait,
man.
what?
I'm
Yo,
definitely
can
not.
I? What time are you playing? I want to play right then, because Jesus fucking Christ, it's like
feel like-
all destroy Wesker, but with fucking despair.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Let me
feel
flood
like-
the board
Really?
and have all destroys.
Some
I
of these
fucking
players
hate
are
it.
making that mistake where they're just trying to like jam pack as many units as they want for more tempo, but seem to forget as soon as like FD Ryu falls in front of them, like, oh, I can't block this. What do I do? Like, you definitely still need destroys in black, and if anything, you need more now because you don't have to worry about unit pulls anymore. You have a hero art that does that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just me playing the Jill deck, the Genesis deck, that like made me realize it's like, okay, I'm waiting for the stupid fucking destroys, and it's like they don't come. It's just like, do you people not have phones, dude? You people not have destroys?
You are blessed, and I envy you.
It happens every now
It's
and
because I'm
then.
running bullshit decks, and it's just like when chat tells me to play the Genesis deck, pog. It's like, okay, but I feel filthy. But speaking of feeling filthy, yo, this guy, which I also have to craft. They did not want to give me any of the cards, dude. Sonata Yukimura, we know this guy, we hate him. So let's give him another card. 3/3 on a 5 sounds like real Keck W leave, but he's got Rush and he's got Crush for 1 attack. Deal 1 damage in front, so he can break a shield. I keep forgetting about that 1 damage. But you basically want to play him when he's got something with 4 HP, and you can sneak this homeboy in there and get a Furin Kazan, and you just win the game. Which is arguably easier to get a Furin Kazan out of than Takeda.
Yeah, I do think he is a more safer, consistent way to get Furikazan out of Takeda, for sure. Which has made me like him a little bit more over time. His cost is a little awkward, but getting that damage, having Rush and Crush, kind of lets him get some good trades out with units. But I don't think he's amazing. Like, I'm torn between good and all right, but especially with if you do Envoy and you have one of these guys in, that makes it a little bit even easier to make sure you're getting that Explore off.
Not a big fan of this card.
It's all over the place. That initial Crush is nice, but the 3 HP makes me really anxious. It really does.
Yeah, I didn't realize until I saw Secret Walls playing him more, because I literally don't see anyone play this card. But I saw Secret Walls playing it, and yeah, the Crush is only for 1 attack, which is kind of yikes. at the end of the day, I can see why people are sticking with Takeda over this guy. A well-timed attack with this guy will definitely pay off faster than Takeda. So, I feel like they both have their ups and downs, but I think Takeda's the safer play.
Yeah, I think it's well designed in that regard, where it's riskier to play this guy, and if you play it at the perfect time, then your good luck / good strategy is paid off. I would only really use it with antibody, because otherwise, you play this guy out. If they play a chain of fists and it's their second one, if they hit this thing, you're gonna feel so goddamn stupid.
Yeah. In Rush, yeah, Rush can make the victory more guaranteed, but I mean, Rush isn't an instant attack. There's still time to react to this.
Yeah.
But it has Crush, so definitely a plus in that factor. But I can't, in good conscience, say this is a good or well-designed card. I think it's too expensive.
There's also the presence of that Demon Hands card, the one that kills 5 HP and below. I'm afraid of it being played on this thing too, so you'd want to antibody it immediately.
I think it's just really easy to kill, even outside of black. Or like green could seal it right away or something.
Yeah, Demon Hands is so good.
I feel like this would never get a victory against something like red. Well, against an Ami. Like, I don't know if that's ever a good idea. It probably won't end well.
Also, if you explore, for Fruiting Kazan, you know your opponent's gonna be waiting for you to do something with it. At least whenever it happened to me, I was like, okay, waiting for you to play it. Then I'm just gonna seal it. Like,
I mean, it's the
I
same
don't
logic
care.
for any buff explorers or destroy explorers or whatever, right?
I mean,
You know
this
they
one
have it,
just
but
especially strong, I think. Fruiting
Kazan
Kazan is really
definitely
good.
one of the better explorers of the game. One that's actually easier to obtain. But I don't think that validates this card for being pretty poor in design. I think
Oh
it's
no, I'm
all
just
right.
saying, like, if you explore for it, your opponent's going to be kind of very conservative until you play that Fruiting
Yeah.
Kazan.
Yeah. I gotcha. Well, chat says good.
Good, that's good.
I mean, I say all right. But
I think all right. I wouldn't run 3 of it. I might not even run 2 of it. I might run 1 of it. It's kind of how I feel about Killer B, in the way that maybe a spicy 1 of in a dive bomb deck where you can like block with it and get a cheap, extra kill out of it.
what do you guys think? Thirsty Iowa?
I put him in all right. I definitely see like some more potential with him, especially in like Envoy. But I definitely think he's still all right, because he still would probably be like a 1-up even then. But I do think overall he's a little more safer bet for getting Fruiting Kazan than Takeda.
Bombast makes him good. If you can bombast this guy 100% of the time, all the time, then sure, he's all right.
So that means you're already running green reds. That's very specific.
And you end up drawing him as a 5 cost, and good luck.
Draw him, even if you bombast him, man, I'd be afraid of fucking Alfred showing up in the black matchup. Be like, kill me.
Yeah.
At least if he killed Alfred, if they put Alfred in front of this thing, or if you tried to kill Alfred with this and it was bombasted, the victory thing I think would proc first before death, right?
Yep.
Should.
So you at least get the fucking Fruiting Kazan.
You would get it, yeah.
Yay.
But
Alright. Enough of this guy. We gotta talk about a lot of legendaries already. Oh, dude, Himiko? Don't have her, gonna craft her. This chick, you've probably seen her. You've probably seen her in the magazines. 5 cost, 1/5, Veil, can't attack. She just kind of sits there with her little her pine cone.
I think this is Red's Penguin tier card.
Machine Gun Girl.
Yeah.
This is the Orochi killer. We should have had this last set.
Yeah.
Orochi, fucking, what's his name? Goddamn, we just talked about his other card too, and I really already forgot his name.
Oh man.
Sengoku.
Nah.
Shimazu?
Yuki.
Yuki, there we go.
Yeah, Yuki Mura.
Oh, Yukimura.
Legendary.
Yeah, Yukimora's get
Get wrecked, kid, dude.
She's close to Kami tier. She is Kami tier, Dango. I don't know what you're talking about.
This girl is Kami too.
She's pretty ridiculous. The fact that you can fit her in a red-black dive bomb deck. I bomb this card and then just shut down that entire lane. Like no one, like even unbuffed. Like you play her in a lane and no one wants to put a card in front of that lane. This is literally like pay 5 mana, shut down a lane. That's what it looks like to me. Because if they like mess with her at all, they know they're losing their entire board, for the most part.
Literally
Like,
looking
only
at you like, I
despair
fucking
at
dare
full.
you.
Like only despair at full would have a chance to survive slightly after this card dies. It's pretty absurd. Human stable. She's literally a red deck stable. Like I can only think of a few red decks that would not use this card.
Yeah, unless you're going like full red aggro, I don't think you should. Like, I think this is auto included almost any red deck.
Yeah.
This solves so many of problems that red has at times.
I agree with that.
Yeah, like she fits the bill for Kami tier, where it's like anything Kami tier and above is a card that once you see played on the board, you don't want to have anything to do with it. Like you're terrified of the card because you know what it can do, and it can swing the game easily for them once it goes off.
She's like a time bomb. She just hits the
A
field
lot
like,
of
yo,
decks.
bro, I got the detonator right in
Fits
my hands.
A lot of decks. You can Malice her.
Gross.
Malice, dude. So
That's why she's in
dumb.
red black. Yeah.
Yeah, she fucks Orochi up. She blows that shit up.
Yeah.
I don't know
She
why I'm
fucks a
getting
lot of things up.
pings.
And her effect, for people that don't know, is she'll hit the highest cost unit on the board for 1 ping, and that'll happen 9 times all at the same time. And if that unit ever dies, it just goes on to the next one in order. But if there's like 2 of the same cost card on the board, like 2 5 costs, that damage is random. It's not guaranteed to target just one and then move to the other one after it dies. It'll bounce back and forth, but it's a little random how it works. I haven't really seen it that much. And yeah, you can Denjin her effect where it's 2 damage pings each time or more. I guess it would also work with like Leon and Ashley on the board, right?
It does.
So there's that. You can't give her revenge. She banishes herself after she dies.
I'm like looking at the text. All they had to do was remove that word once, and then it makes way more sense.
I mean, I knew what it was gonna do. I think a couple other people knew, but the wording definitely left it up in the air. So I'm glad we could figure
Just
it out
remove the
together.
word once, and then that solves all the wording problems.
She
that
takes
people
out
are
her
having.
machine gun and then blows the board up.
It's at a point where as soon as you see what the card does, you just have to remember what it does, because if you try to remember by reading, it's probably not going to end well.
That's also really fun too, is if they got Ninetail Fox and it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna activate an action and I don't give a shit if she targets and kills this, because then that kills this fox.
That will work. Yep. Especially
Unless
for
you
concepts
have
like
Bison
that
on the
night.
field.
Fucking dipsy.
Put Bison on the field, yes.
Or Green Magala at the same time, something like that. Don't alternate most likely. It'd be very rare to kill Ninetails if Green Magala is also on the board.
It's true.
Huge pog, dude.
Yeah, very lucky. Very, very lucky. It works well against, anything that's big and a threat.
Dude, Aizawa
Think of a
contributing
card
those
that we're gonna get
bits.
But yeah, the fact that she doesn't move is actually a benefit. And of course, having Veil, right? I mean, there's only a couple situations that actually screw this card over. Namely, the random damage/banish card that Red has, and also Amy in general. And I guess Living Death screws her too. Pretty much any random banish effects or AoE banish effects would counter her, but they're very, very limited.
Well, the Red doesn't have a random banish target, does it?
Oh, they did. Is it
That the head chopper is a targeted one. It's not
book
random.
chopper targets? Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
what I
so
was
like the
thinking
only
of.
thing that's that and CT and Cutting are the only other
Yeah,
two things I can think of.
green seals in front. Yeah, you can do that too, and I guess green imp for that random seal.
If you get
Green imp
lucky
double
with
ways.
that, or you can have my luck and seal the same fucking feline 4 times in a row. I hate green imp.
Well, I'm just saying it's a possibility. So like green actually has more answers than people think, but as a
Wait.
whole, like a well-timed Himiko is really hard to answer and can be really scary.
Does she get her effect when you ascend over her? Yes.
Whenever she dies.
Yup. It's pretty ridiculous. You could ascend, dude. It'd be just ascend over with Dragoon. Be like, looks like that Dragoon just pulled out a machine gun, dude, before he started charging. Yeah.
Send over with Yuki also. Yeah, good times.
Fun times, dude.
Pretty good, and it's pretty fun. I mean, I hate the fact that Red's getting even more damage, and this is pretty absurd, but it's actually pretty well designed, I think.
Yeah, I think it's well
was-
designed.
This was a damage card that I wanted Red to get forever to solve like a lot of those problems. And,
Yeah, I think we've talked
got
about
it.
before, like multi-repeating damage being available on like an action or something, but they, put it on this, which is pretty cool.
Yep.
Which is better too.
Volvidon over him. Just
Yay!
Damage everywhere.
Yay! Damage everywhere. It'd be like that
Something like
Oprah gif with the bees, dude, where she releases the bees on everybody.
Yeah, you can orb her. She'll come back, but the original version dies. Or banishes, I should say.
Same with Orochi. Same
Yeah.
kind of deal.
Like you can Malice, which is pretty popular for Red Black right now.
So yeah, it's a Arkami card. Ladies and gents. And then we got this. Wildflower Lee now Tor, or is that E? I? E?
I say Lee, but someone said E, I don't know.
I mean, they usually capitalize every word, so Lee now Tora? Why is Lee not capitalized then? Why is it a Monka S, dude?
Don't know.
That's
E.
a Monka L.
Skyridge saying E as in good.
She's pretty damn
E tanky,
good.
dude.
Can anyone explain this effect for
So-
people that are
She a
Tired of reading.
2/9. She got rush. Whenever she attack, actually, sorry, when she's played, she gets +1 attack for every friendly unit on the field. So if your board is full before you play her, she'll hit the board with. I mean, does she count herself, right?
She does count herself.
Yep.
So it'd be 5/9. Got rush and spillover, and if her line connects, she takes a -1 attack and gives you 2 AP. Yeah, with Envoy, if you get it, if you have at least 1 charge of Envoy, she will infinitely give you that 2 AP.
The art charge on attack is pretty nutty, and it makes awkward arts like Celestial even more playable. I mean, her attack with Celestial is already good, but the fact that she's able to enable it even more is pretty crazy. And I don't think Red has too many great spillover units
Not really.
overall. They have a couple, but I feel like they were missing like a really good one. She definitely fits the bill. And yes, it's another 6-cost legendary for Red, which is exactly what we wanted to see.
Waiting for a black destroy that's like, eliminate every card with this cost in the opponent's deck. Be like, oh.
That'd be great.
6. Oh.
Betrayal is close.
Yeah.
Super betrayal, dude.
Great for AP charge, yeah.
I replaced
Replace
FD
FD
Ryu with
with
her.
her?
Damn.
I don't know about that one.
They're still both good though. It's a shame because it's a legendary, and what cards have we rated really high for Red? Legendaries.
Yep.
Yikes.
Guess
What about that
what?
legendary limit, please?
Guess what Amy players are using in their
Legendaries.
brand new GDI decks? These 2 legendary units and nothing else.
GDI? They use this in GDI?
I have seen them. Yep, I've seen them both. in
Uh,
GDI.
At the
And
arc
then I
charge,
guess the
why the
other-
fuck not?
and then the other too.
Why the
Pretty
fuck
much all
not,
the
dude?
new red legendaries are good enough to run in their red legendary decks.
I hate the just reliance of legendaries. I will do that challenge, by the way. I know legends. Although I do like this chick. I do like this chick. I'm not straight. I would put her in my deck.
I think we should poll. We should poll her.
Poll. Yeah, poll is it an L or an I? Just kidding though.
Yeah, the one thing to keep in mind though is she will bring herself down and attack every time. So if you throw her out raw, she'll attack once, but she'll hit for 2 because that attacking effect will go off first. But she won't fall below 2 generally.
Yeah, like even at a base, she's doing some spillover. It just feels bad playing her early on, which I have had to do sometimes because there just aren't any other units to play out at the time. But I think the cost is right. She can get 2 growths on like a Penguin or a Rashid. The damage is definitely there, especially when set up with Celestial. She's very versatile, very flexible. You can do her in a number of decks, including GDI, like I said. She just is a great fit overall. I'm sure you guys can make room for 1 more legendary. I don't think that's a big deal.
I think we could take out a non-legendary for a legendary.
As well.
Yikes.
Goodbye, one Roggy.
Rocky, but I can play this. That's
Are
ridiculous.
there any cards in the game that give permanent crush?
Permanent
No, thank
crush?
God.
No. I was thinking of the gift from Matsu, but that one's temporary.
Temporary, yeah.
Alright. Sounds good.
There's no
I
Explore
was
for
like,
Crush yet, thankfully. Thankfully, there is no Explore for Crush. Probably will be though.
Oh.
If she
So
had
why not more
crush, agility, and she had Celestial Envoy stack, she'd be busted as hell.
I mean, she's still
Yeah.
pretty strong.
Yeah.
People are saying good.
She-
Good.
Well, just imagine like Celestial Envoying so many times in like under a minute because you had this card with like 1 stack with agility and crush. You would just have so many stacks of Envoy.
Well,
I
she
do
would
like this
Or
card,
her
but
attack
it's
down lower quicker, but you just keep upping it, so it'll be fine.
I do like this card. It's a shame that like it's really good, but it's not FDR. It's not Leon, so it's good.
Weird. I thought chat would vote great for her, not good.
What do you guys think?
She's
I think
great.
great. Yeah, why not?
What does Iowa think?
Great.
Wow.
I
You got
do
Schmo,
notice.
12 AP.
I do think that a lot of TEPPEN players in general undervalue AP and cards that get you AP.
For charge in general.
Yeah, it's something that I think skips a lot of people's mind, right? Like when they saw 28 AP for Despair, how's Black gonna do that? It's like they already do that because their cards are big and do a lot. It's when your deck is filled with like cheap cards that it's really hard to hit those amounts. And you know that's why Red can get like 5 Envoy or 5 GDIs in one game because they have all these huge 6 costs. So she's already doing that, and then feeding more into that, into these super powerful hero arts. So pretty damn good, and she's
She's one of the
pretty
tankier
tanky too.
legendaries too.
Yeah, she
Yep.
got a lot of HP, which I like.
More than Ryu, more than Ken. And Dragon.
More than Leon.
Oh.
Actions. Shadow clones. You look at the hair, dude. How much hair that man has, dude. Move a friendly unit to a random open board slot. For one, there was some contention earlier. Some people were saying this card sucks. Some podcast boys are saying this card is good. What you
I didn't
guys
say
think?
it was good.
I think we were just arguing that it's not like trash.
Oh yeah, yeah. So who wants to start?
Start counting myself. What does that mean?
I meant legendary Chris, because you have a lot of these cards that count themselves,
Yeah,
but for
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah.
reason, Chris
What
is
the
like,
hell?
nah, bro.
I was confused for a second. That makes sense. Yeah, inborn powers exist. We all know it exists. It literally does the same thing for the same cost, more or less. I kind of get why they're doing this, to kind of do some sneaky shit with rush units at a lower cost. I would still play inborn over this, but it is not like bottom of the barrel tier. I feel like it still has a place because moving units across is very valuable, right? That's why people still play inborn. That's why people are playing Moly. That ability in itself is really good, even though it doesn't come with a buff.
So I actually think there are situations where this card is better than what would you call it, inborn?
Inborn, yeah.
Yeah. So the situation where this is better than inborn is like if you were, for example, using like Chain Fist to start a chain. And what you could do is if your opponent's not like doing a destroy, or they're not doing like something to kill your card, you can activate this using the blue MP, and it's kind of like a bait. So if against like the red matchup, if they activate anything, like I don't know, their own Chain Fist, a Lip Slash, then you still have one extra MP to do the shield. So it's cost efficient in that sense, but it's definitely kind of like on the same plane as what do you call it, inborn. I think it just is better in
Yeah.
the response phase.
Yeah. I mean, being one less MP is a benefit at sometimes.
Yeah, it allows you to
But
bait.
inborn is giving you that one MP back. You just can't work more after using it. Yeah.
It's more for the bait. For like a dual color, baiting for 1 MP is pretty good.
I just don't know if this would replace inborn in a lot of those RG aggro decks.
If Dingo was playing seriously, he would tell us.
And yeah, Extema has a point. On a full board, you can still get mana back and buff with inborn, but this just stays in place.
I could potentially see wanting to run a few of these over inborn if you're doing like a heavy resonate deck. That's kind of it.
Yeah. Resonate.
Any resonators out there? What is that card that resonates? The 2/5, the spillover.
Glavenus.
Glavenus. Any Glavenus
yeah.
players?
It actually isn't that bad with Anita.
Yeah, Anita too would be actually really good, especially doing dual color, because just from when I messed with Dango decks too, it's like, fuck, if I just didn't have to use 2 MP to start this chain.
Thank you for the follow, Tilted.
You
could use both.
Sure.
Yeah,
you saw
it's
one
just
both.
you run into bricking potential if you have so many things that target your units.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, dude.
Okay.
Get 2 of these boys. It copies your unit. Pog.
Yo, the one in the back looks like, oh my god, he copied my outfit.
What the hell? We're wearing the same thing, dude. One of us has to go home.
I think chat's on the nose here that it's all right. I know some are saying gimmick, but
I think it's all right.
yeah, I think the value of moving around is really good.
What did chat say?
Right.
They're wrong. Just kidding now. Yeah, I think it's all right, but the fact that inborn is kind of a stronger version of it.
Look, man, if you run wall jump and blade shattering, you can run this and inborn powers.
Wow. What does Iowa think?
I think it's all right, but I don't think it's like better or worse than inborns. I put it at the same level.
Okay. Next one. This one's kind of weird. Tsubaki Hime. This one is a blockade strike that instead of banishing has the added effect of if it's a spirit unit, you get 2 AP. I was running this
Yeah.
card, a couple of them in the first Genesis deck because I thought everyone was gonna be playing spirits. Not so much. Not so much.
If that said, if that human unit's a human, then maybe.
Holy shit!
It would be a little bit better if it worked on humans.
Human Slayer.
This is a weird ass card, and yeah, Schmo says it's the most gimmick of all time. Yeah, I think it's gimmicky as any gimmick card could ever gimmick. I think at this point.
Damn.
Very situational, and a 2 MP action that only does 3 damage in red. Like, come on, man. It's like spitting in their soup and saying it's flavor. Like, red can do 20 damage for 2 MP right now. Come on. They're never going to want to play this.
Yeah, if there was a way, if that Art Charge 2 was more consistent, I could see maybe, but no. I don't know what it is about red getting these uber gimmicky, like, new mechanic cards that's, like, very dependent on your opponent playing the right deck. And that's like, because of this, and then like Gokin with the Force Seekers, where it's like, if they're ascended, then this card doesn't suck, but if they're not ascended, this card's trash.
I think it's really good if someone's bringing spirits, but that is, you're betting, dude. You're betting everything. At the same
I
time,
mean, it might kill a spirit.
I've seen people that are bringing blockade and using blockade even when it doesn't banish. Technically, it's the same thing. The same thing here. If it's not banishing, it is. But
I think blockade's way better though.
you don't need to kill a unit with this to get the art charge too. It says if it hits the enemy unit. That's kind of nice.
Yep. That part is nice. I think just though, like, it is very meta dependent, but I think even if spirits became heavy, you still wouldn't run this. Whereas with the amount of blockade's definitely coming back with a lot of the recursion and death effects, but there's just a lot more use for that in multiple matchups. Whereas, you know, again, worst case scenario, this does become just a 3 damage for 2, which isn't terrible. But that's just to try to get that art charge too. So I think its best case scenario doesn't pay off for the downside of it. Whereas the best case scenario of a blockade strike is getting rid of a Sigma, which is a way bigger swing than getting 2 AP.
Blockade.
That's
Blockade's
true.
Way better.
Way
better.
At the same time, I'm kind of looking at it in the way that I've seen people throw blockades at something with no intention to kill it, and that's the same kind of deal here. You're still getting 3 for 2, and that's still good value.
Yeah, it's the ceiling of the payoff though is just too low.
Yeah, exactly. It would be.
Like if this literally gives you the art charge and banishes that spirit, then I could see this being higher.
That'd be outrageous.
Yeah.
Be cool if it did have the banish effect only for spirits. That way it would still be very situational, but you could keep some for tube foxes. That would be a really interesting card to banish.
Yeah. Because that's the other thing too, though, is even if you do run into a spirits deck, you probably still want blockade anyways to try to, you know, prevent that thing from coming back, especially with Tube Fox, which is one of the more prevalent spirits that you're going to see from black right now, regardless of the deck they're playing. You still want blockade in that situation over this.
Oh man. I think we're putting on a gimmick.
Gimmick boys.
Yeah, I gotta go with gimmick.
Everyone is saying literal gimmick. I expected people to be running all kinds of spirits. Sorry, Iowa, what'd you say?
I was just saying I agree with gimmick because it seems like more of like a Grand Prix card.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I was hoping I'd see more Spirit Despair than Zombie Despair. It seemed like everyone has switched over to Zombie Despair so fast, and it's a shame because I was expecting more stuff out of Spirits. The Spirits are still great, but if Spirits caught on more, this card would be stronger. But it's kind of not right now.
We have a 3-cost engine that's existed for a year now that
Oops.
has just never been touched or gone away. So, yeah.
Yeah, I played a lot of Despair Mirrors today, and I think only one of them was Spirits.
If I play Despair, I'll be playing Spirits for a while, just because I like them so much more.
It's good.
But-
It'll definitely win.
Yeah. But we got Cherry Bomb.
Boy.
Cherry bomb.
Yep.
Good old Cherry Bomb. Deal 2 damage to all units. All units for 2. So if you have no units, that's a solid 6 full damage to enemy board. That's hot. Could be useful in monsters where they want to take damage. You want to like nuke your own unit before they get to it. It's not bad either.
Yeah.
Cute.
Exactly one half of the cool-headed Devil Hunter, or whatever it's called,
Oh yeah.
which does 4 damage to everything for 4 MP. That's a core card. So this seems kind of lazy to me, where they just cut the cost in half and cut the effect in half. But I don't see many people running this card. I feel like this would be a very interesting one of for certain decks, namely GDI. But they're just going to keep playing Veteran for 42 damage instead, which is understandable. Why not?
I really do hate watching some streams where someone's playing GDI and like they tap Veteran to see how much damage it is and it's over 10. I'm sitting there in my chair. I'm like, oh my fucking god.
And it's only been the first 30 seconds. Don't worry, it'll get bigger.
I've been
I
saving this, dude. 15.
Yeah. So I can't speak too much to this. The only time I really tried this was in Unit List Engine, and it didn't really work out there just because Unit List Engine just doesn't work right now. But I still like the idea of this card as a one-of, mainly to put everything in GDI range. But it's not really being ran right now, and I haven't really had time to test it, so I couldn't say.
Yeah, this card on paper sounds really, really good. The idea of getting that 2 damage in every slot for a total of 6, that's dope. But right now, I don't know. I don't think burn is just gonna be that. You can't rely exclusively on burn in this meta right now.
Yeah. I ran into a Ryu earlier playing Spread Shot. I feel like he could have just played this instead.
Yeah, I think this is a better version of that.
Would have been a bit of an upgrade, but yeah.
It's definitely a useful card. What does the chat say? The chat says, "Cherry Bomb." Oh my god, no one's voting. Any voters?
Oh my god, 1-1-1? Are you kidding me?
It's not even midnight yet, people. I could be falling asleep.
I'm gonna say all right.
Yeah, I'd fall under all right. I could see it being good, but with what I've played of it, it just really wasn't working out, and I haven't tested it otherwise to say otherwise, so I say all right.
All right.
Yeah, it's cards like this that make me want to try and do no legends and see how far I can get. I don't think it'll be very far, but I get to use these cards that are like, oh, this would be great if we didn't have all these other really strong cards. I.e., we need more buffs. Gung-ho, please.
February changes, please.
I know, right? Flood Attack. Flood Attack. This is a weird card because it takes the number of units on the field, adds 2, and that's the spread damage. Number of units on the field, not enemy units. So number of units total.
Card makes me sad.
Caps at 8. If both sides of the board are full, it caps at 8. If there's nothing, it does 2. But why would you be playing it on nothing? You compare it to something like Calamitous, where yeah, it does have a memory requirement, but it's not that hard to get to. And even when Calamitous isn't charged, you know, definitely it feels bad, man. But
Like even Device is better than this.
Yeah, I don't like this card. It's very, very dependent on them having a board, you having a board. This just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Not even acknowledging the veteran thing, which is
Hey,
Obviously
grizzled,
shoot.
grizzled veterans in the
Um,
game. That's it.
Yeah, like being able to outvalue 5-cost legendary damage is pretty something.
Dude, send tweet.
But yeah, I mean, I still prefer the other dungeon friendly cards over this. I know that Jonathan was trying to make this work, and he said it was good, but I don't know. I just told him to put in Calamitous instead. Like, you know what you're getting, and if you're dungeoning it, you're probably doing more damage than you could with this.
Yeah,
It's
it
it's
really
even more
is.
apparent when you're combining these actions with something like a goddess, right?
Yeah,
Put against
that-
despair while using red summon cards. Yes and no. I could just.
Yeah.
You need this to be almost optimal to beat another 3-cost that is strong when there's no other units on the field. There's just like one. I'd rather just stick with Calamitous.
Yeah, and the multiple pings kind of helps you out more anyways. than
Exactly.
straight.
Yeah, versus something like this, it's a lot easier to shield damage from this.
That's true.
Yeah, Calamitous is just better in almost
If it
every way.
was ×2 instead of +2, that would be better.
×2, Jesus.
Yeah, ×2 would be crazy because the board had to be full to get 12 out of it, but it would still be like, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
You'd still run it.
Alchemist. But there's a lot that has to go your way.
Gimmick. People
You
were
want
saying
four.
gimmick. You think cute or gimmick?
I almost want to say cute because I feel like even if you get it off in the gimmick idea and get the full value of it, I still don't think it's that great.
It seems very gimmicky if you want to set it up properly with a good board. But the fact that actually if your units get removed, does it decrease the damage?
I would assume that it.
Is that set in stone as soon as you use it?
I think it would. I know generally other cards with the similar effects do reduce the units removed.
Or I really don't like this card.
I mean, it also might not like double team. I would have expected to do that as well, but double
Yeah.
team doesn't. So it's hard to.
The fact that I
know.
even have to like think of that or consider it or worry about it kind of makes it bad.
The closest card I could compare it to is the one that does damage based on demons. The number of demons, does that one adjust based on current, or is it snapshotted?
I mean, purple has a negate based on the amount of units on the board.
I'm trying to think of a damage card though, like that demon drain card.
That one
Is
I think that one does get lowered.
oh, okay.
The units removed because it should be. I'm pretty sure it's the same logic as Splendid Buffet too, which does get lowered.
Okay. I'm gonna say cute.
Cute. Iowa.
I would say gimmick.
Whoa.
I don't think it's as bad as you guys might think.
Tears of grief flow as the flood swallows the foolish ogres whole. Wow. We can put it in gimmick then. Chat said gimmick. Unless there's an overwhelming voice for cute.
Dude, you can play this
Fine.
and then chain it in with leader summons and a red green deck. Bam.
Sick. Extra 3 damage.
If Himiko dies to Shara, Shara's gonna get a lot of shields.
It's gonna get a lot of attack. It's
take
gonna
one
gain like
damage, then
4.
It's gonna get a shield. Then it's gonna take 1 damage. It's gonna get a shield.
Yep.
I do want to see that just
I
for
mean,
the
I
lulls, but I'm all but certain it would be like Okay, 9 hits. All right, so I'm getting 4 attack and 5 shields.
Something like that.
Yeah, he would survive, but he'd be really low health.
A little bit lower on health than he was
A
before.
little bit lower. I mean, it would take half of the hits.
A little bit. Then the X player hard tanks it, and it doesn't matter.
And then you're just
and
like,
then you beat him right after because it's an X player.
Yup.
I mean, if you Denjined it, it'd be funny. Because then it would.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
Jin Himiko would probably.
I think a Denjin, it would just do 2 and then shield and 2 and then.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's
8.
all these other theoretical factors we could do. Like, what if it was shield spired? Like, what if it was blah blah blah? Could go on.
What if Sun Goddess is up?
Yeah, goddess active, all that fun stuff.
God damn, goddess. But here's the Shara killer. This card right here, the Cannon of Divine Rule. Yo, dude. Fire the cannon,
I
dude.
can't believe people actually played this card.
I'm gonna put together a list of TEPPEN cards that are just a little too phallic, dude. The damn Rook, dude, and then this card.
Are you seeing the numbers on this thing? It has a right to be phallic.
Good. 9 damage, dude, for 6, dude. 6/9, dude. Nice.
Oh,
Art
6/9.
charge 4, dude. Big dongers.
Big dongers.
Uh,
I don't really understand the lore behind this or why they would design a card to do this in this way. This is kind of absurd. But
getting better at typing these. His big dick energy, dude. It's like the giant shuriken where it's just like, fuck with me, I dare you. Oh shit.
I'm curious what you guys can like make sense of this thing.
Oh, this card's
I'm
think
too
it's-
afraid to play this card because if you run into green, it's gonna be like, I fucking dare you play this.
Yeah.
It's red's obliterate that gets stopped by a shield.
That's exactly the same.
I mean,
You're getting 10 AP for 6 MP is pretty nice.
Sure.
10 AP, it's so much. Oh no.
I mean, that's 2 headshots, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, it's 2
the equivalent
headshots.
to 2 headshots.
Sure.
But instead of doing 6 burn, you're doing probably nothing.
I don't think it's Mother's Secret. I considered it for a short second earlier, but decided against it.
I just remember the first time I saw it played was against Chris, and then it just murdered something, and there's my envoy.
I was just wondering, and like I've seen it played maybe twice now, or 3 times. I can't remember. But I'm always confused whenever I see it played. Like there's another ridiculous damage red card that they got last expansion that no one ever plays. I can't think of it right now.
Shuriken.
Yeah, the Shuriken. Holy shit. Like, it just seems like red needs to get one of those cards every set now. That was a basic, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that was a basic. That would be...
Yeah, I don't know. People are saying gimmick.
A Shuriken was 10 damage for 6. No R charge. I don't understand. Why?
I said alright because 10 AP is quite a lot of AP.
I guess?
It's only 4 MP in response.
Yeah.
Does it obliterate? Oh, dude.
Look, man, if you really want to shut down that first drop at Buki, this
That
is
would
it.
do it, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, that would feel really good.
Shenko.
Are you going to drop a Senko? All right.
Fuck this shit.
Yeah. Goro.
I don't think this really fucks Black or Row all that much.
Doesn't really do much.
Like,
It kills a fast tyrant, I guess, until they fruit, and then they just take the damage. They don't care.
Take 9 damage to the face.
Yeah,
Bam,
they
dude.
just won the game.
I kind of want to do BDE one of in Envoy just to be like,
Yeah.
just to prove a point, dude.
Yeah, like now Tora, like Diveman saying, does a very similar thing for the same cost, and she's way more playable, but she's a legendary, so I guess it depends on how much you value that art charge. Which
I mean,
don't
this
value
thing
that
looks
much.
pretty legendary to me. Look at it.
Yeah, it's pretty epic,
Pretty sick.
pretty godly. I just can't figure out a way to fit this into any deck.
It's just a little
Chat
too
said
scary with what you could run into that makes the 6 cost just completely trash.
Yeah.
Which is 90% of the green matches.
Hmm.
I don't think this is not a very good card in the black matchup. I don't think.
Black doesn't really care if you use this on them. You probably lose if you do this against Despair. I don't know where you're finding the rest of your mana. There isn't that much green. You have a point, Kyle. I don't know why. I guess green's part of the play.
I kind of sorted it to Gimmick. You guys okay with it in Gimmick?
Yeah. I don't think it's like cute or mother. I feel like there's something to be said about art charges, and that is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're ever going to run 3 of them.
Speaking of something you're gonna run 3 of, how about the Ring of Fire, dude? 3 mana for +2 attack to a friendly red unit, and then +1 to everything else. So weird. We mentioned this card before, but this gives a specific buff to a red unit, and then the other attack buff is non-specific. Very weird.
Cards like this in the expansion.
I've ran into some people using this, and I know Narikawa uses it a lot. Yeah, I don't think it's all that bad.
That's just weird.
Sense of Duty just buffs everything by 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is going to be more for 1 more attack on that 1 unit.
Yeah, that's probably why I don't like it as much. The cool thing is, if that you select does die in the process, the other units will still get buffed because those sentences are separate from each other. But man, Sense of Duty has a 2 cost, gives 1 attack to all friendly units. It's in core. This had to be 2 MP, I think, to be playable, because it just feels bad. in comparison, to me anyway.
One thing I do like more about Sense of Duty as well is it doesn't brick.
Right, like you can just throw Sense of Duty out. You don't have to target anything.
Yeah, but I still like this.
Solid, especially if you're running red attack buff decks.
It's
Bonus
nice
is 1
too.
for 1.
One thing I've noticed this card and how it's being used is you can kind of poke your opponent into targeting a specific unit with this, while also still buffing your others, right? Because obviously, I think the mistake play with this is I'm going to put this on the unit that I want to have the biggest number, where I think the smarter play is I'm going to put this on
You
a
don't
unit
want to do that.
that I want them to kill, because they're going to be like, oh, that one's getting 2 attack. Get that one.
That is good. Actually, yeah. With Wrath Awoken, does this count as 3 buffs?
Yep, but
It would,
think
right?
so.
I would assume it counts as 2.
Yeah, it counts as 2.
It's 2 different terms.
Well, hold on. Yeah, it's only 2, man. Well,
Okay.
never mind. It would be 3 if you had 3 units.
Really? It counts each one? Like, Sense of Duty would give you 3?
I don't think
I'm
Sense
pretty
of Duty
sure-
gives you 3.
Oh wait,
that-
that's a good point. No,
don't
Sense of Duty
know.
doesn't give 3 stacks, so I guess it's only 1.
I would assume
I
this
think
is
it's-
2, because it's 2
These are
different
2
terms.
separate buffs, though.
Yeah, I
Kinda
think it's only
matters too
2
much,
then.
but
Because
Yeah,
I
that's-
remember,
guess.
Wrath Awoken is worked in the way that even if you play the buff with no units being buffed, you still get the
Still
count.
works, yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it currently works. Is like if you had Sense of Duty and no units on the board, it would still increase.
I
One.
think this might still count as one. I think it's like looking at like this was one
Action?
card that buffs attacks. Yeah.
Test
But I
I was
it.
saying 2 for Wrath, but yeah. Not that it matters too much because Wrath Awoken is just meh. But it's interesting, I guess, to think of it that way, where you can get 2 triggers for a faster Wrath Awoken, even though it costs so much now.
But then that's when you
polls,
lay the BDE down and get that AP charge.
Boom. dude.
Everything up. Numbers are going up.
Numbers are in fact going up.
It's not terrible, and it fits with the whole new idea of, you know, red buffs, but I don't know. Just something feels off to me about this card. Maybe because it is a 3.
Yeah, I don't know. The fact that it costs 3 is kind of spooks me. I'm out of there, dude. But it is still a good board buff.
Yeah, I mean, you need the units for it to actually pay off.
Plus, it's not like, you know, if you do direct them to target that one unit, it's not like they can reply with a board wipe because those don't exist anymore.
No one board wipes. All right
I wouldn't.
is the vote. I just got here. What did I miss? Missed basic cards and most of red.
Almost all of red. We are 5 more actions left with red.
What do you guys think of Ring of Fire?
nice.
Chat says all right.
I think it's alright.
All right-ish.
All right-ish, Iowa.
Yeah.
There's no yet here. Yeah. Oh, let's talk about this one. Common reinforcements. Yo, this card is dope.
It's been getting a
Summons
lot more play.
2 3 costs for a cost of 5. Pretty dope. This envoy card, dude. Common reinforcements, but the card's rarity is rare. Rare reinforcements. Great, good, alright. Gimmick. Gimmick. Cute. Shoot, missed everyone simping Himiko, yeah, kinda. This one works well with Ring of Fire, dude. Oh, dude, you got me there.
I think, especially with the more efficient 3 costs that, you know, red is getting now, especially the ones with rush, this can be very effective as a very quick attack. If you are playing a rush type deck, there aren't too many 3 costs that you'd want to pull out in a growth based deck outside of, like, you know, you could do Hayabusa and Ume and Ragi if you get lucky, but you could also pull out Isun with this, which is bad. So you don't necessarily want to do it in a growth-based deck just for that risk. But I think it is really good in an aggro-based deck. Like, even like a dual cover deck, this is really good, I think. Even though it's pulling 2 red units, right?
Yeah. But one thing I do like about that, even in a dual color, is you can kind of guarantee what it's going to be pulling.
2 red units. No, you can't use it in dual color. Well, you guess you could,
It
but
has to be red only, but it does limit your pulls at that point. Probably don't want to run 3 of them. But even as like a one of, it's very efficient.
so it's capped at all right.
I mean, I could see the argument for good, because you are getting some good value with it. It's just hard to say because you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I
Unless
can
you
see some
tailor
cards
your
that you're
deck around
pulling
it.
with this that you don't want. This pulls all 3 of your Charlies, and you got so much combo, you don't have to deal with it. You're like, fuck.
Just don't use this in response to Cruel Game, please.
Do what I want.
That's true. That's fair. Go ahead.
Maybe I
do it.
want to. Maybe I want to die.
Yo, it would look so cool though if they if you use this card and someone used Cruel Game on your full board.
Yeah, this is.
Clear out your
Yeah,
board,
so
then you
this thing-
repopulate it instantly.
We'll play with Jill. This is pretty bad for Jill too, right? Because you don't want to pull 2 Hellbats at random because that doesn't count as an Explore.
You're 3 Clairs, dude. Oh.
Yeah, not good with Claire either, for sure. So it is limited in scope. I think it is a very aggro-friendly card above all else, but yeah, for like the on-play damage cards, like with Rehumans, you don't want to use that either. So yeah, you're not going to see this in a lot of red decks, but the ones that do use it, like Celestial pulling out multiple Tigers or rush units, it's really good at the right time.
With like a
I guess
Maki
Wrath of
combo
Olympus,
deck would be dope too.
Yeah.
People saying good. 10 votes for good. People woke the hell up. They're like 10 people voting. God damn.
I like this card, Smile. I'm gonna vote for
This
it.
card's great.
Yeah, like I said, I could see a case for it being good, but I think it is very limited in scope and what you can pull since it's only red. Like if it was any cards, it would be pretty crazy, I think.
Dude, if it pulled 2 Codys, dude.
This is
Take
like
'em
one of
down.
the few pulse units and put them on the board cards in red and green that they've been getting that you can like say, oh, this isn't just worth summon minions.
I know, right? Everyone
pretty
compares it shit to
cool,
some
yeah.
minions. I'm like, no, please. I just want a card in red that summons units.
Yeah. Well, this is pretty solid.
Pretty solid, yeah. It's unfortunate just because there are some no-nos, some no-no cards you don't want to pull with this thing.
Mhm.
Dude, new Ame, if it unleashed 2 of those benches on the field, dude, whoa. People are saying good. So what do you guys think? Good? Good? That's good.
Let's pull Turtle. Very true.
Gets me turtles, dude.
Mhm.
Is it good or alright?
It's pretty sick though. If it pulled like a Sasuke and a turtle, like, yeah, you can block the Sasuke. if you want.
You did.
Good. I think it's
Uh,
good.
Yeah, I'll say good. My initial impression was all right because I don't know if you're really gonna.
Lady on the board, activate this. Ah, dude.
Yeah, pretty good with Lady, and I
Holy
guess
shit.
Princess.
Who pulls out 2 Shevas, dude? Hit the deck, dude.
Oh fuck!
God,
damn,
it's
that
a
hurt.
combo, but
Holy shit, dude. Dude, get down,
I
Mr.
tried
President.
the Turtle and New Amy with Dive Bomb. Okay, good luck, Kyle.
Good luck.
Hopefully, you don't draw all of them right away.
Oh, dude, the Shimazu vanishing technique or tactic, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's got Shimazu's name on it, but it has Ubume on it. I don't get it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. 4 cost.
It's
Place
their
1
technique.
red unit in your deck with an MP cost of 4 or less onto the field. So it's 4 for 4, or it could be 3. And that unit gains +1 attack for each time you have used Shimazu Vanishing Tactic this battle. So the first one doesn't get any extra attack. Second one gets +1. Third one gets +2.
Why isn't this card being played?
Cards are dope.
Card's really good. I've seen it played in what do you call it? People are playing it in Envoy.
I feel like it is a really good Envoy card. I mean, you guys can go ahead first.
I'm scoping out cards for my no legendary deck stream.
Yeah, this card's really good. 4 for 4, it's worth it. And then in response, getting a 4 cost for 2. I mean, even if you get a 3 cost for 2 in that response, also good. And then you're building up to get the each one that you play keeps getting stronger. Obviously, the first one doesn't give you any attack bonus, I think, right? Because that's what I noticed with
Yes.
people playing it. And then
Yeah.
after that, you get the attack bonus. But still pretty damn good.
So, I think the trapping that a lot of people are going to fall into is they're either going to run 0 of these or 3 of these because the more you play these, the better it gets. But I don't know if you really are required to run 3 of them. The more I think about it, I mean, it would obviously get better if you're playing 3, but sometimes you can't flex your deck around that. But whenever I think of this card, I think about how insane it is if it pulls a Rashid, and it's pretty disgusting.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Even pulling a penguin, it's pretty gross.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it can pull 3 costs or less, but even still, pulling like something like a Ragi or you know,
Tiger.
something else to
Tiger
that
been pretty,
effect, like
pretty good.
Tiger, like that. Those are pretty good pulls for 3 costs. Like even Legend Ami, right? That's pretty good. I don't see this like ever having a downside until you deck out and you're stuck with these cards, maybe. Like obviously you're not going to play trump card when you have this in your hand.
Oh yeah,
Unless you're very desperate.
I guess the only thing about I'd be scared about Legend Ami is if I'm using this at low MP to
Right.
put something else on the board and it pulls that card out, I'm like, oh shit, grow it.
Yeah, you got to be careful, I guess, when you're doing that. If it only pulled 4 costs, it would be better. Well, yeah, but
It'd be a little busted, I think then.
it can be broken, right?
That
So
would be broken.
It's limited for a reason.
Same thing with some of Minions is that, you know, eventually they came out with a deck that only had 4 costs so that they maximized their value on that, which, yup.
Dango apparently plays 2 just so you can get Anita out. Along with summon minions. That's a very Dango thing to do. Playing 5 cards that only have to pull out 2.
Put the vote up. What are people voting like? The Shih Tzu vanishing technique, dude. Good.
What's the full art look like?
This.
Crazy art.
It was getting ass blasted with water.
Ass blasted. But what is it? I don't even know.
That's the like the evolved Rotengu boss or well enemy in Okami. Kind of annoying. as hell.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a little bird, but it doesn't have a face. It's got like a hat. It's got a sun hat. So chat says good. Only 4 people voted. Democracy has failed. What do you guys think?
Good.
I think he's good.
Good. Iowa, good.
Yes.
3 more left to go. Let's talk about, oh man, this card. The Thunderstorm. More transformation cards for Ami, dude. Whoa. 5 costs, deal 8 to an enemy unit, and then 4 to adjacent units. So it's like spillover. Yeah, has a higher damage potential than, what do you call it? Than Dragon Lords.
Yeah.
Eh.
At least you know what you're getting with this, right?
Yeah, you know exactly what you're getting.
I've seen this used a couple times. It's pretty good against black, I will say that. But yeah.
Clearing
Against
the board
other
for
decks, kind of a risk.
So, what happens if you use it on a black player and then they predation the main unit? What happens?
Then you just lost everything and wasted.
Oh,
5
okay.
MP.
Yeah,
That's not good.
it's not that good. I would not use this against green, and I guess it's really good against purple. Probably best against purple, and most red decks.
You lose 5 mop.
My mops,
Not by mops.
antique mops.
Look at that art. The art's pretty cool.
I haven't seen it enough to, wager it's worth it. I've seen some Denjin do it, and it can be a very big payoff if it works, but I feel like there's a lot of faith involved when playing this card.
It can go off. There's just so many counters to it in every color right now. I mean, the one good thing is if you do use it against green and they shield the unit that was going to get hit, you still get the 4/4 on the opposite sides.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, if it gets shielded, the other
right.
goes off.
That makes sense, yeah.
But also, you're kind of very limited, right? Like, so this card, I think, would have the most potential in being a surprise play when people aren't expecting it. But I feel like this is a card that is going to have trouble ever becoming meta, because then you can easily play around it, putting your less high value units in the middle, right? So that way it's hard for them to maximize it, and putting the units you really don't want to get hit by that big damage on the opposite sides, or just always leaving that gap in the middle if you're not swarming the board, until you feel safe to do a shield. If you're doing green or just kind of anything else, and black's not gonna care that much about their board getting wiped for 5 MP. It's definitely not ideal, but there's just too much counters for now.
I was skeptical about this card when I first saw it. When we first they teased this thing, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they revealed this card.
Yeah, and I was kind of like, I don't know.
I think you're still better off playing Dragon Lords over this card, just because the random spread is harder to counter. All right, especially even with like units that flip, if you target them with this, that's just wasted. It's all gone now.
Chat says all right.
I could see a case for making it all right. But it is very limited in when and how you can do it, and sometimes you're just never able to get to that mana point. I guess between all right or gimmick.
If purple becomes tier 0, then this card gets better.
We will let Iowa decide. What does Iowa think? Wow.
Iowa doesn't think.
Well, I don't like it. It reminds me of what's it called? Divine Lord's Judgment or Fire Lord's Judgment. It's not even that good.
The Fire Lord is the Avatar cross.
Yeah, I don't even know its name. That's how bad it is.
Holy crap. Oh wait. I put it in gimmick. I think so far it seems like people are leaning toward gimmick.
I am comfortable with it being an all right or gimmick, but I do think its strength does lie in it being a gimmick where people aren't ready for it. I think if it became more normally played, it just gets worse. Also, you could just do that damage with a Grizzled Veteran, so I mean...
You sure can.
I think it was Green Biker guy I was watching the stream. It was just like, he taps it to see how much damage, and it's like 16. I'm like, son of a fucking bitch. And if I want to see the players playing against me, because it's always like, it's like Grizzled Veteran, I'm gonna eat this card, and they're like, another one. It's like, how the fuck do you have 2 of them? We live in the year 2021. Gimmick.
Yeah, okay.
Gimmicks
It's pretty
boys.
sad for an epic card, I will say
Pretty
that.
sad. But talk about sad. Here's some sad card right here. The Pride of the Moles.
Oh man.
This card is sad as hell, dude. 4 MP to deal 7 spread. If you kill something, you get a mole. Wait.
This card's cool, man.
I assume you get the mole?
You do get them all.
Okay, it says place a little mole onto the field. I'm like, what the? You turn it into a mole. Thanks.
Did anyone actually use this card? I forgot this card existed.
I did.
I
With
wanted to
Dungeon,
use
just
it with a mole deck.
What happens?
I got a mole.
Mole doesn't exchange
He doesn't.
other units, right?
He doesn't do a goddamn thing. He's like, what am I doing here? What'd you bring me out to? Fucking take me home. I don't want to be here. This is stupid.
Yeah, the question wasn't whether you get the mole or not, guys. The question was, does it?
He doesn't swap because he's when played.
That's the question.
Do you get the mole? You get the mold.
You get the mole, smile. Alright, I'm a little tired. It's almost midnight here.
No, it's okay.
Right at the
I
end
mean,
of red.
with
We're making great progress.
I'm probably gonna call for us to call it after red because I am tired, boys.
It'll be 4 hours, and yeah, we had a lot to say. Clearly, I think this card's badass though. This card's kind of cool.
On
You have to think
paper.
about, like, yeah, I mean, you have to think about how much you're actually doing with that 4 mana. Like, you're getting a 2-cost unit and 7 damage for the other 2, I guess, is the way to look at it. But yeah, I guess you could just do a Molly Explorer and then a Veteran for more.
I mean, you
Don't
could
get more than
do.
one mole. Okay.
You could do, what do you call it, Molsters and Calamitous. I could
Moles
see.
are beasts, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't
If-
really do anything.
If we get another 200% MP EXGP, this will be a fun card to play. Because it would create an Ascension fodder for you.
You could ascend with it, yeah.
Better ways to get that Ascension fodder.
There is. I'm just saying, in 200% MP, it's pretty good.
Yeah. It's also the fact that it has to kill something to get that mole.
It does.
Does the mole switch places? No.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Silex. It doesn't do that. Funny if it did.
Dude, the art's pretty badass, though. I love the moles.
I guess at the end of the day, just exploring for a Molly and playing it out costs less, and you know what
Missed
you're getting, and
opportunity?
you
Oh my
actually
god.
do some stuff with it.
If you needed to rely on this to switch lanes, it'd be kind of stupid.
Pretty funny.
Oh god, I really need this, dude.
I think it's cool, but
There's a lot of cards in this game that are cool, but don't really work out.
Dungeon, and you get an extra mole with that +1. No.
Yeah, I did that, and I was like, oh, what do I do with this mole now? You just fucking... Okay.
I just gave my opponent a fate target.
Yup.
It's
Best believe they took it.
fine.
And it's 7 spread, which is unfortunate because I feel like if you targeted at something, you'd have a better chance of getting a kill.
Yeah. I mean, stuff like Calamitous is doing 7 total. And that's spread, but I guess when you dungeon that, it's a little bit better.
Yeah, and
I guess it depends on how you value the mole, right?
I think the mole has to proc in order to make this card decent.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah, for sure.
it's a little unfortunate that it's going to be hard to do that with a full board.
Spread is
Spreads
what
would
makes
make
it
this playable.
Yeah, for sure. Just don't know if you're killing anything. Sometimes. I guess it depends what your opponent has, right? Like zombies and stuff will be easier to kill.
Well, the way to make it more
artwork,
consistent
I'll
is
admit
by making it targeted so you can kill something, but
I think
makes it easier to block.
this is one of my favorite pieces of art. I guess because it has my boy Cyclops on it.
I think if it just gave like a better 3-cost unit too, it could be better, like a 2/5 even. The fact that Molly's just comes out as a 2/4, and Molly's biggest, advantage is his on-play effect. So just not getting that kind of is a little weird. I mean, as it is, I already laugh at Jills when they like use Molly and then have to play it out just cause. Like, okay.
It feels
Shoot
pretty
shit
good
with it all the
when
time.
you play that shit out raw and then they have to fucking... It's really nice as a very cheap way to be like, alright, you're gonna take your fucking turn, whether you like it or not.
That's true. That's true. It's kind of the same
Stare.
argument that I had for the agility guy, so that makes sense as well.
It's the footsies, dude. It's just like,
Mhm.
you won't start the game? Fuck you. I'll put out the smallest possible investment. You'll have to do something about it.
Yeah, and that works in that regard. I think needing to wait for them to play a unit to get the mold for this is a little more awkward.
I don't think it should be single target either, Danko. It doesn't make sense that way. Spread makes it more of a
I just don't
guarantee.
want to have to pray for fucking RNG to kill something and to make it worth it.
So red does.
That's what TEPPEN
No,
does. We in the
that's
RNG era.
Yeah. And there's a lot of RNG in the game right now. Still on top 100. Neat.
Neat. What did chat say? Did they say gimmick? I hope they said gimmick. This thing is a fucking gimmick.
I think this is gimmick. Really cool art and really cool idea gimmick, but it's gimmick.
Yeah, the art's really cool.
Art
The next
is
set, we're
great.
getting mole support. Dude, mole deck? I want a mole deck. Alright,
A
yeah,
mole.
I will have to call after this. So if anyone was looking for green, I'm sorry, but we don't want to give you a half-assed review. You're gonna have to
We're
wait,
starting to
but
lose
for
it.
now, we got Crystal Ball. Yo, this card is dope and a half, dude. Copy 2 random cards from your opponent's deck and add them to your EX pocket. And I think it also includes cards that are already in the graveyard. Does it not?
I don't think so.
So it copies 2 random remaining cards from their deck?
I want to say yes, but I'm not sure.
Was it?
Copy 2 random cards from your opponent's deck. I don't know if that means the remaining deck or including the graveyard too.
Oh, it's whatever they have left in their
Okay.
deck.
And then
like
reduce those cards' MP costs by half. So yeah, if you pull a Shimazu, dude. If you trump card, they won't copy anything. Dude, that's the tech.
Yeah,
Fuck you, you're not getting
yeah, I
any of my
mentioned that.
cards.
I don't think I mentioned that on the cast, but I definitely mentioned it like in the chat one time. I was like, dude, you can just do a big brain trump card in response to this, and then they won't copy anything. You'll lose right afterwards, but at least they didn't copy anything. Pretty cool.
You'll never get my cards.
Yep.
And neither will I.
I both like love and hate this card because I feel like the biggest issue with the stealing effects in this game and any card game in general, right? It's always come down to RNG, and it was really apparent with stuff like Plunderblade and Malinx, which we can all agree are mostly gimmicks at its core. But when they steal some really good shit, they steal some really good shit.
And this discounts it, dude.
This is insanely safe. It's giving you 2 cards, and it's cutting the cost in half. I've seen a lot of red players just get a free Sigma off of it. They've gotten a free Destroy off of it. And they've also gotten stuff like Predations off of it. Like, you don't know what you're getting.
I mean,
That's that reason alone that you should not play this in Jill, but I'll be playing this in Jill for funsies.
I think every red player should be playing it, honestly. Like, you don't really have much to lose. I guess you could brick yourself, which would suck for Jill, but
It would suck really
almost
hard
every red deck is
for
running
Jill.
this for every red deck is running this for a reason right now. It's very easy and safe.
Stealing an Aegis memories.
fucking
Well, that's the thing.
hate this thing in red black.
I keep saying steal, and I'll say that too. I'll say, oh, it steals. It's not stealing. It's just copying.
It's not a steal, it's a copy. Everyone's calling it a steal, though, you know. The idea is still there, right? It mostly comes down to RNG, but with my luck in this game, my opponents are always the luckiest motherfuckers, so they always find exactly what they need to screw me over. Oh, look, I just got cruel gamed. Awesome.
Yep, my last 2 games, Nerd copied Priestess Rao and Rebel's Memories. And then the second
no.
game, they copied Sigma and fucking, what was it? It was something I really didn't know. I hate this card. Fucking, this is...
I had one big fuck up with it playing the boat deck with Jill. I was like, I got this blue man, I don't know what to do with it. I really just wanted another boat. So I A-trans my boat, and they use Crystal Ball, and or at least they use Crystal Ball, and then I A-trans. So I put a boat into my deck, and out of the 20 cards
Oh.
left, they copied that one. I was like, you son of a fucking bitch. Really, really.
Yeah, yeah. I really do wonder like how it copies. I guess it is random, but if they just copied like the top of your deck, that wouldn't surprise me.
That would be a lot easier to figure out. I don't think it is like that, though.
Yeah, it just seems really random at the end of the day. Like, yeah, purple will definitely negate this if they can.
So
But no one else can really counter this other than like cycling, right, and just drawing more.
They get that shit on site, dude. It's so funny.
I think it's a problem.
Wait, that Motonari card, does that pull out just purple units, or is it units?
7 cost?
Yeah. 2 purple units.
Man.
God damn it. I was gonna say, if you copied that, that'd be kind of dope.
Just purple, yeah.
Just purple, though. That's
There's
a
some
cook.
power limited stuff that you don't want to pull, but
I do
I
want
like
to
it
say
just
one
for information. Yeah, what's up, Bio?
about Crystal Ball is it doesn't copy the top card. I know that because I had a game where somebody played Lip Slash on their own unit in game 9, and then they used Crystal Ball, and they got another Lip Slash from my deck, which was at the bottom of my deck,
Oh, yeah.
and they used Lip Slash to kill my unit, and I lost.
That
So
sucks.
it is
One
truly
cost.
random.
Cost Lip Slash. Yeah.
I hate this card. I just
think
this
they-
card- it's so it has the ceiling of it just being complete utter bullshit and stealing games you don't deserve.
Yeah. Like I feel like with cards like this, they always should have limited it to not include legendaries.
I think it's
Stuff like Plunder Blade and Melee's. They should never steal legendaries or copy legendaries.
I think it's hilarious punishment for people that fucking fill their decks with legendaries and shit like that. With Plunder Blade, it's just like, oh, they steal legendaries all the time. Well, maybe you shouldn't run 12 of them in your deck.
That's true.
Which the problem with that though is if you don't run legendaries to counter this, you're just gonna lose to everyone else's legendaries. So
It's true.
unfortunately,
It's-
the game has forced you into playing
Yeah.
legendaries if you want to win. So having this is just an utter fucking
Yeah.
trash.
Yeah,
decision.
it kind of magnifies the problem, but it's. I think it is just really funny because there's a lot of bullshit legendaries out there that sometimes are only canceled out by playing those bullshit legendaries back in their face.
Yeah.
Copy to Crystal Ball.
I would like that and be okay with that idea if the way this card works is if you run this, then you can't run any legendaries in your deck. The problem is if you're running this in mono, you still got Leon, FDR behind all of this, and you might just
or
steal their fucking...
Himiko. Crystal
Yeah.
Ball.
And I really don't agree with the cutting the mana in half. I don't know why they needed to do that because
Yeah,
this
that's
card is...
They did not need to do that. I think,
think
-2 might have been good enough.
That's the main issue with this card, I think, especially for the cost. It's very dual color friendly, where I don't think this card deserves to be dual color friendly.
It really shouldn't.
It's just,
Green started using green exclusive shields. It's true.
I
can't
disloyal
disloyal
cut mana in half. I
It
can't disloyal do
should.
anything. Why?
Cards.
Why is
The
it the
card
way it
is
is?
hype as hell, dude. But no one is allowed to play it because Red's Ascension sucks, other than a couple cards.
Yeah, you're not trying to rely on that shit. Using green exclusive shields, that is very it's a very good observation. Yeah, I mean, like the more color specific stuff that you can run in your decks, the better, because it'll counter this very easily. I mean, yeah, I think Kyle or someone said they pulled a Predation and Nahata with this, or something like that.
I'm sorry, I missed the results of the vote. Did people say Kami or did they say great for this?
They said great. They said
Okay.
great. And I think it does fall into great. Probably not Kami tier, because while it can be insane, it can also just hilariously brick.
It's true. I was just curious what people thought, you know.
90% of times plus on MP. Yeah, I mean, the discount is insane. It definitely makes it pretty much an auto-include for any red deck and dual color decks that have red. Like, there's no reason not to run it unless you're playing Jill and, want to preserve your pocket.
Even then, Undude is fucking hilarious. Do you get a three cost slow tyrant? Thanks for your bullshit card. I think I'll take that actually. So.
Yeah, it's pretty good. If you can pull Living Death, you're just laughing.
Never getting over that fucking red-black nerd hitting me with my Rebels memos. And then dropping fucking 2 Sigmas. Which that Sigma was already half cost, so it was a 2-cost Sigma turning into a 2-cost Sigma. Hate it.
Dude, the cuckening, dude. Let the cuckening begin. I put it in great. Seems like that's where it is. People are saying still Himiko. Because Himiko doesn't really have that much variance. She just shows up and does her damn job and then leaves.
Himiko is pretty amazing. So I think she has the best red card.
The only thing that can really stop her from doing anything is Sitsi and Karin.
Yeah, that's fair. I was thinking that we didn't have only one in Kami, but if we only had one in Kami, it is Himiko.
I think Kami, the way we always done the tier list is there should be one for every color in Kami tier, and as of last expansion, we have one of every color in Mother tier.
So I guess we're cool sticking the eye in there?
Yeah.
Fire eye? Red eye? What the fuck it's called?
Can't think of anything worse. Miko's only bad when you use Lip Slash and they have Flight.
Flight? What the hell does Flight do?
And I used Flight the other day to fly over Himiko, and it was very funny.
Oh, he means when you used up your Lip Slash and they're flying over her.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Just ascend over her.
Oh, you have already used your Lip Slash and they have Flight. Okay, I got it.
Right. Like there's very few ways to counter that.
Heal 9, deal 9, deal another 9.
Dressed up to the nines.
This actually looks pretty even right now.
Let's take the thing down here. A lot of gimmicks in red. Holy crap, a lot of gimmicks.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. They got some pretty good cards.
I think it's an even spread overall.
Yeah, I'll have to honestly try making a deck for Jill that doesn't have any legendaries in it and use the Nash guy. Kobayakawa, I have a hard time remembering that name, so I'm just gonna call him Nash, dude. It'll be fun to try that out, see how far I can get with that. The Shimazu technique.
Fine with these placements so far.
Yeah, be cool to try this out. Yeah. Anything you guys want to say? Is there any surprises? It's impossible to get a Jill deck like that. Listen, I don't.
Some of these cards existed.
I don't generally play top tier decks. I play challenging shit that I get mad at. So we'll try. We'll have to use skill. Oh, the tournament. That's right.
Everyone join the tournament.
There's a tournament happening in like 2 weeks.
You got
2
like
weeks,
forever.
Iowa gets to play in this one.
Getting mad is the fun.
That's cool. I'm excited to see. I'm glad Iowa can enter and is actually entering. It's really cool to see. That made me happy.
Day without
Even though he
nightmares.
is bringing some really dumb decks. I hope he reconsiders on a couple of them, but I'm sure, I'm sure he'll be fine with whatever he brings.
And I know some people have already said they don't think that's going to change the meta that much, but also we don't really have a meta fully established right now.
Yeah.
And this tournament isn't like, hey, let's make something fun and creative with the rules. This is how the game should be right now. The set should be gone.
Yeah.
So that's all this tournament is.
Oh, you made a QR code? That's Pog.
think it's cool. What's funny is one of the anti-boat decks I came up with earlier will not work in this format, so I have to rethink a couple things. I was like, I'm just gonna run all these Explore Vials that have Corrosion, and oh yeah, that's right.
Damn it, Thirsty. You didn't spell heroes correctly,
I could
dude.
debuff all of them and then bounce them with my Deadly Traps, and oh wait, no, I can't do that either. So yeah, gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah, it's gonna
Figure
be
something out.
it's gonna be
But,
crazy. No state,
the
no
cool-
living death.
Yeah. The cool thing is that this is happening in 2 weeks, so there is plenty of time to figure shit out. If I was Dave Nightmares, yes, Dango, that is what I am saying.
Uh-oh,
Um,
SpaghettiOs, dude.
Thank God he's
Thank
leaving
God.
soon. Yeah, I guess that card just heavily counters your decks. Yeah, thank God Aggro's gonna have less things to worry about. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, 2 weeks, which means there's going to be a lot of time to figure stuff out. There's potentially going to be even more decks that come out of the woodworks that will, end up being a big, meta threat. So I wouldn't recommend submitting your decks right away, is what I'm saying. But definitely acknowledge that this is a thing that is happening, and think up ideas now of decks that you'll want to bring. Since you can bring 3 decks.
Yep,
Have some
you
good
have
ideas,
to
but-
bring 3 decks because this will be Worlds format where you'll be picking 2 of your decks, and you have to win with both those decks per round.
9 Alfreds on average.
Who's gonna
you're
play
fine.
Jill in this event? Probably
yeah.
me.
Jill's gonna be playable in this for sure. It's just a little awkward with a few cards missing.
She'll
but
be
I feel
playable
like Jill's
with
still
boats.
fine. Use that weird guy instead of Nash. Fine.
You guys
Oh.
have until the night before to submit your decks. I will be
that's really
way
good.
harder on deck submission cutoff though. Not like last time where I started a stream to get people to submit their decks. Because I have to go through all these decks and verify that there are no Day and Nightmare cards, and that's not the easiest thing to do in the
Right.
world.
Yeah, there's no like notation or anything.
That's a lot of work.
It is, but I'm willing to do it.
Oh,
When you guys are building decks, make sure to filter out the set altogether, which takes a little bit of work, but just filter out Day of Nightmare so you don't accidentally grab any cards that would be in the set that you think would be good.
Yeah,
it's
it's
easy.
a little bit of work for you, but it's saved me so much trouble.
so let me show everybody, dude. You go to Day of Nightmares here, and you click it, and then there you go. All these cards you can't use. Wait, no. Gotta tap a
It's a
few
little
more
bit of
times.
extra work, unfortunately.
Untap
Also,
that.
this is our first community tournament with spectator mode, so we will be able to watch matches that are not just my matches, Kyle's matches, Mallet's matches. We'll get a lot more of the new players up there as well, which is super exciting.
Yep.
Yeah, we can actually
That's gonna
feature
be
more players in our community.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, we can watch Earth's matches because Earth has signed up already.
Is this a
So
No
Hey,
way, dude.
sure.
Really?
with or single elimination, double
Yo, he
elimination?
did.
Single elimination.
Single
Sweet.
kind of like Worlds, but yeah.
Yo, Earth is like, where's my rent money, dude?
Oh, wait, Earth entered. He already submitted decks.
He hasn't submitted decks yet, but he's entered.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you can enter before submitting decks, guys.
Yep.
he's
Feel
like,
free to register beforehand. If you do send me your decks and you want to change them, some people have already sent their decks. You can send me updated lists up until the deadline. That's fine as well. The only major difference that this is going to be from Worlds format is in Worlds, you do not see each other's deck lists. You only know their hero arts. I will be posting deck lists for everyone just because that will help any potential issues, since it's going to be difficult to have like a judge watching every match. And that way, if you see like, hey, they played this card, but they didn't put it in their submitted list, in case someone tries to do anything like that, you can call it
snitch
out,
on him.
as you should. Unless you beat them, just laugh at them.
Beat the cheaters, dude. Can't wait to look like a doofus? Trust me, dude. It's fine. Everyone's gonna look like a doofus. That's why you don't stream it,
Yeah,
so
I'm
that people
not-
will be like, oh my god, I can't believe he did that.
There was actually a Japanese tournament that happened, or whatever time it was for them, and I got to watch a couple of them stream. And Curran went 0-2.
Wow.
He used Despair and Raging Demon, and he lost to Ashura Burros and Rakoha. The Rakoha had a negate for his Rebels. So even the best person, like the number one champion from Worlds, went 0-2 in a tournament. I don't know if that's encouraging to you guys, but it means, like, you know, it's still early. A lot of crazy shit is happening in this game right now. Don't beat yourself up if you lose, but also don't be surprised if you win. a lot of things can happen in this game right now. But try
It's a
your
Wild West with decks to be played, and at the end of the day, this is still TEPPEN. RNG is still a thing.
Very much.
Two of my favorite words.
RNG and TEPPEN.
and G.
Oh, got him. And that's totally what we covered today, right? Red and green.
Yep, red and green.
Yeah.
Yeah, red and green is so fair. I've never seen much fair colors.
I don't know about that. I don't think fair colors exist in this game anymore.
Just gonna be there for the ride and see how far I get. That's the spirit. It's a community event. You're buffing the community by just being there. Community
yeah, if
buff
you're thinking,
pog.
I'm just gonna go and watch, just sign up. And if you go far, you go far. If you lose, then you just continue chilling with everyone else and continue watching.
Single a limb. Yikes, dude.
Where do you submit the decks?
Submit them
Just
to
don't.
me. DM them to me.
Oh, okay. There's nothing on the Smash page for it, so that's what I was asking. But I just registered.
Hell
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's up there. I need to put it up there. I fucked up. Smash GG is like, you can copy a lot of the information from your old event. It's like, oh, cool, this will copy the basic stuff. It copied everything, so I'm just like, oh god, I gotta erase this, change this.
It's weird because it said I wasn't on your server yet when I tried to connect, but it worked.
It gets a little bit.
Yeah.
Day without nightmares. Aw.
If you bring a boat deck, I'll be cheering against you.
Pretty sure everyone's gonna be like yikers on your boat.
Not on my boat.
Can't stop the boat.
I'm not too worried about it.
No, I'm not scared of boats either. I'm just gonna be cheering against them. I hate that deck.
I think
same.
by the time this tournament happens, people will already have kind of figured out how to beat the shit out of boat decks.
Yeah.
Boat's
I mean,
fair.
there's ways to deal with it. Unfortunately, a couple of those ways are in Day of Nightmares. So might have to improvise. Might have to think of some.
Everybody
other stuff.
bring a DD.
There's a few things you could do. You don't have to play DD, but if you want to, you could.
I don't think I'm a fan right now. Dude, I know. Boats are a little annoying. People were asking me to play it on my last stream, and I was like, I guess. Then Oracle banned it, and I was like, okay.
I guess. It was fun for a short while, but now it's just getting a little out of control.
It was fun to do it in Genesis when it was fresh, but now everyone's doing it with Betsu, and it's just better.
Well, yeah. It's just like old Cammy. It's not really that exciting. Everyone knows it's coming. You either have an answer for it or you don't. I really don't like that type of binary design in games, so I hope it gets nerfed.
Me too.
It's fun,
The
funny when
timer
it
needs
works
to
and
go
you're
down.
Admiral of the High Seas, dude.
I think 45 seconds is a very long time for something like that.
Goddamn
I
right, I
also just-
banned it.
I just want that damn. I just want Heavy Pierce overall as a mechanic toned down.
Yeah, it should
way
be
too much
Pierce. It just should be the spillover or whatever is extra is dealt to the hero.
Yeah, I don't mind the spillover as much. I guess the crush makes sense, but I think the crush is the worst part.
They
Crush
tried to
is
make
made
it
on-
fair by making
You
it
can't
like
even jump block it.
yeah. I think what they should have
Oh.
done is not made it unable to get agility.
I would really like BoA at 6. That's pretty smart, Skyridge.
Yeah, that would be good too. They need to stop printing these stupid cards that just get busted in dual color.
Yeah, they're
It's-
easily exploitable.
It's insane because it only takes one of those cards, right? There's like you said 114 cards this set.
113.
113. It's so easy to have just one card that it's just like one little value might be a little too short. It's like uh-oh.
I mean, I get why they did it the way they did, but I feel like they're always gonna miss something whenever they're making new ideas. So,
I think
we're
even
getting
just
that balance
occupying
patch
the
in
lane
that
is pretty
February,
good.
right?
Yeah.
What's
a
a
balance-
balance patch soon?
What's
Yep.
balance?
I also think like fucking combo should have never procced heavy pierce twice too. That just makes zero sense. On like
It's very
I
dumb.
know, right?
Yeah,
there needs to be some
know, man,
downside
just keep-
to stacking all these words.
just keep adding tags until it's broken, and then they're like, we should probably do something about this, and then they don't do anything about it.
Oh shit, it's broken. Oh no.
Like Asuga can still win a game in 30 seconds.
No, it's fine. They nerfed Viper,
hmm
which for some reason I keep seeing people still try Viper. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I lost to a Chun-Li with Bolt Reavers earlier. I don't know why that's even a thing.
I'd rather they make the boat guy 6 than the boat, because the boat still gets semi-playable by having him on the board. Definitely loses value and it's not as good, but someone will
Yeah, I
still
got-
do it.
Got 3 shiny canine warriors. Berry bomb. Make boat 6. That'd be funny if he explored for something you couldn't play in dual color. What the fuck?
Good. I mean,
Well,
you
he'd
could.
be,
the
he'd be
guy has to
5 for a little
alive.
bit, right?
Yeah. He has
But
to
then
be
you gotta
alive.
keep him.
That would be scary. Be like, oh my god, if you kill my unit, no.
I'm on the opposite end. I think you should keep boat at 4 and under, so black can kill it, and I won't have to worry about it anymore.
That's the thing with Genesis. It's 4. It's fucking fair as hell.
Yeah,
dude.
that's why I liked it in Genesis, but now people are exploiting the fact that it stays a 5 cost when you play it. I don't like that.
Boo.
Makes me sad.
I'm normally for not nerfing green for the sake of nerfing dual color, but that thing doesn't work that good in green mono as it's not bad for sure, but it's not like broken to the point where just up the guy up to 6 cost so you want to play him in mono. And it's fine.
I would be fine with that. I mean, we were fine with that happening to Cammy, but they didn't end up doing that. They fixed
Really?
Cammy in
So
a
we
weird
should
way
do
where
that.
she's still insane. But we'll see what they do with this, because I think they should do something with it.
Well, we'll see in May. I think
Sure.
May.
I don't know. I want to see I want to see a patch in February.
Well, we'll get a patch for February, but that's gonna fix 2 months ago problems.
Yay.
I don't want to think about it that way.
I never got full
You're
potential.
probably right. You're probably right, but I don't want to think about it.
Wait, did they mess up the? Did they mess up the text on
What?
this? Was this always like
Oh,
this?
what? This
Deal
was
2
not-
damage to an enemy unit. 7 if a friendly unit on the field has reached maximum
7.
growth. Deal damage instead.
This was not used to be that broken.
Deal damage
You know-
instead.
I don't think anyone plays this card, so no one ever noticed.
That's why Nerg looks so shocked on it. He's like, what?
What? You did what?
He's having
He
a
was
good
like,
old
"I
laugh
did
about
damage,
it.
Smile. Just doing damage.
I did damage.
It's like the classic red card. It's just like deal damage or deal damage.
But if the moon is in the right side of the world, it does damage.
Deal
Don't
2
do
damage
damage.
or deal damage.
Deal damage or deal damage. That's the
I remember using full, dude,
it's red design.
full power punch, dude. What a sick card, dude. Take someone out with full power punch, dude. Total feels bad for the enemy. You get
Drew
fucked up
fired
by
it
that
at me
card.
as well. It was really bad.
It's a shame because like those cards are like interesting design, but they just go so heavy-handed into it that it's like, oh, no one plays this, and I feel like they get the vibe of like, well, no one plays it. We're not gonna make cards like this. Like, no, just make them playable with that same idea. That'd be great. That'd
Yeah,
be
I mean,
nice.
it's just
That's what they
make
did with
more
Red
damage
Summons for a
cards.
while. They were like, I don't know. Is it good yet?
Like Mount's looking at all the red cards here, but if he typed in the search bar the word damage, all these cards would still be here.
Valstrax.
No, Valstrax, dude. That's still a lot of fucking cards. Dude.
Man, I ran into a
Oh.
black Shoryuken and that had like all 3 Valstrax right away. He stole like 12 damage from me at the start. I somehow won that game, but it was really annoying. That did not make me happy. The fact that I can actually fade Valstrax makes me happy.
Can you select black and type destroy?
Yeah, there's a fair amount for black.
Yo, don't you talk about black like
Look at these actions. Dude. There's so many actions. Mm-hmm.
Good enough.
Oh my god.
There's some cards.
There's a few. I might know of some cards.
Oh, what the fuck Vile's doing there?
Vile?
The 3-drop legendary Vile.
The legendary? It's in his name.
Oh yeah, Destroyer.
Look, guys, I heard you like destroys.
That's me.
Am I cool yet?
It's literally in my name. How come no one
Am I
plays me?
playable? Yeah, I played I put Legend Vile on my Smurf demon deck because I was missing a couple cards. Yeah, he's not good.
But you can get him to like be a 11 something, and then
Yeah, I mean,
guys to Alfred.
You could get him around like +8 on average if you get, you know, the most out of your Agiles and your Foxes, but it's pretty rare to reach a decent number.
Type shield in green, dude.
Shield and green. I think the better, I don't know what the better thing for green would be like HP or something. Yeah, that's what Foss is saying.
Yeah.
Type HP.
See, that's actually not that bad. You guys and your overblown
Yeah,
shield complaints. You
there's a
don't
decent
realize
amount of
we've been
shield.
using the same 2. There is, but
Is it-
it's only been the same
Is it
2
heal
ones
then?
forever.
No, HP's fine. Tadakatsu, what the fuck? Oh.
Yep.
Chun. That's what I'm talking about, boy.
Yeah. Green is my favorite mono color. Yeah, because you get to do some weird legendary stuff. I think green is fun to play though. I have a lot of fun with that mono Spire deck. I honestly don't know what like the essential Spire deck would look like at this point though. A lot of people have a lot of different ideas on how mono green should look, which is kind of the most interesting part about green right now. With
Man,
red
I
and
just-
purple, you kind of know what you're getting. Black is more or less the same. You just have to figure out which 3 drops are going in. But for green, it's like, I don't know, man. You can see all sorts of different legendaries.
It's weird because I don't really follow the absolute meta as closely, and so early in the phase here. I'm just like, I'm playing what's fun for now, and then once I get fucked up by whatever's meta, then I'll be like, all right, what is this shit?
Yeah, I probably have another week of Dark Invitation in me before I'm like, all right, I'll play something good.
Play something good, dude.
I mean, purple probably negate or memory.
Yo, dude, not having as many destroys means Flame Stag is more fucking viable now? That's a pog.
I guess if there was any time for Flame Stag to be viable.
Dude, look, he's a beefy boy, dude. 16 HP, goddamn.
Real beefy boy.
Yo, I have a
Nero
shiny
makes green
Yukimura?
pretty
Huh.
interesting. Yeah, I guess so.
Which Nero?
I'm
Hey,
guessing Hey Nico, maybe. Yeah.
Nico.
Just more variants.
And Chart Shot is completely not unplayable right now, which is nice.
Chart shot
Still not very good, but
seems to
not
have some
playable.
interesting ideas.
I
Yeah, I've
had
seen
an
Heart Tank and Chart shot.
The good thing about Flame Saga is his music. Oh, dude. I don't even know. Saw someone use him in Envoy. That's Pog, dude. Sick.
Boss fight's cool too, because he's like, man, I saw Sigma jumping on walls. That's cool. I'm gonna do the same thing.
I tried something ambitious with Coral today, and that was actually you can still see it in my the deck list I posted on Twitter. But I had Tenkais in there. But what I tried at first was trying some of those trying like Tsuruhime and stuff like that that functions off of heals. So like if you put her out and do a Tenkai, it would activate her one buff for the group. It's pretty sick on paper. But it's also kind of particular.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to get that going.
It was a cool idea. It was a cool idea. That just did not pan out because everyone removes your unit so quickly. Damn zombies, damn stuff.
I get the idea of like the purple-green Shadow Blade thing with that, healing synergy, but man, I think people want it to work more than it ever would. Like it just can't work by design.
I think the whole healing archetype, I think that really needs you to be able to play patiently, and you just can't do that with 5 MP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the issues.
But also,
It
I
seemed
still
like
think
such a
Heart
cool idea.
Tank, any deck you make with Heart Tank, just switch it to Shield Spire, you're better off. Don't do it.
Tell you what, I've been using this card is pretty good for Coral. Final Revelation. I like it a lot. It might not be the best. It costs a ton, but the fact that like you have a lot of units anyway, and it just gives them all +2 HP, feels good, man.
Yeah, I don't hate this card.
You don't like this card?
No, I don't hate this card.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's obviously getting more mileage out of those decks like Coral that have a lot of units, but so in good decks it won't be good, but I did have a couple instances of using it where it hit the entire hand, all 7 cards, just +2 HP, and it was like, oh baby, oh baby.
We got some weird cards. We'll have
Yeah,
to
they
go through
do.
them next time.
Yeah,
Dragon
'cause-
Ball Z. I mean, on
next
the
time,
EX.
dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, I guess just kind of let you guys. I was letting you guys talk for a bit, but is that it? Are we
that's it.
outie?
I think I'm ready to go.
I think I'm ready to go home, mommy.
What?
Pick me up.
Mommy?
The next hero, purple, yeah, purple hero, yeah. Is anyone?
Should be purple, and then we have no idea afterwards. I know, like Silu says green, but we don't know what the hell they would start with. Considering red was the first hero last time for the new heroes, and then it was green.
Yeah, but purple is definitely coming next, I would imagine. And then after that, who knows? Maybe we get a brand new color. Maybe they just go back to like green. I don't know. Could be anything.
Could even be a boat.
I see
be a boat.
cosplays streaming. Are we
Rising
hopping
Sun's the
over
new
to
hero.
to the boat? No. So are we hopping over to Cosplay's channel?
Yeah, cosplay.
Guys,
Let's go.
sorry we couldn't get through everything, but we tried. God, we tried so hard.
Trying to give these cards a fair shake, just in case we miss something.
And when you get
Time
there,
management
tell
is tough.
cosplay and everyone there to join the tournament.
Oh yeah, Cosplay Fitness TV. Gonna get this one right, dude. Be like, sign up for the tournament. Pog. Where's that link? Anyone got the link?
What's a link?
To the past.
Wow.
Got him.
Alright, we guys spam this shit when we get over there. Alright, we'll see you guys next time. And we're rated.
Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Cosmo's looking at the boat.
Crap.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go. I gotta get ready.
I was timed out for fucking. Oh no.
What?
Not allowed to
What'd you
do
do?
all caps or something? I don't know. Oops. It just said I was timed out for 300 seconds. It didn't say why.
That's good.
That's good, that's fine.